let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
It's going to be a couple more minutes, guys. Sorry. All right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry about the delay there. Get the Reddit audio set up. Good morning, guys. How y'all doing? Hope all is well. And you got some rest last night. I didn't. Mostly my own fault. All new viewers, join the dance to start MOASS. Terms and conditions apply. All right, no advertising for the dance this early in the morning. It's far too soon for that. Should we refer to the November Fregs Day as Fregsgiving? Yes. It's never too soon for the dance song. All right. Anyone else thinking we'll be priced out of the money calls if word gets out before Friday? The word is out. The word's been out. We'll see. Nice. Can't shit it all be margin called? They could be. Just randomly today for no reason. Citadel can't be margin called. Yes, they can be. I think you guys need to go read that rule again. Too many Dans this early. I'm trying to caffeinate. Shiban, thank you so much, man. Do you wish you kept your GGPI calls? Of course. Did it run? No, I don't. I'll just buy more at open. Ooh, look, more Genworth Financial. Thanks, guys. I have not seen the new 13 house of GameStop. Give me the big take. Do you see the recent AMC antics? They're pestering AA for an NFT for each individual share. Oh boy. You know what? Maybe if our MOASS is self-fulfilling, theirs is too. Let them have it. Let them have their stock church. I think Cat will move today. It's up in the pre-market, right? Some interesting volatility. Shit volume, though. How much options hate are you getting on Reddit? I don't know. I don't think the run up on the 3rd affects the run up expected for the 24th. Looks like Rentec sold off their GME position, probably in August. Is it most beneficial for them to have the price as low as possible come close at Friday, right? In regards to options being in the money, so why not wait until Friday and throw the book at us? They could. Yep, I'm still waiting. I've seen like 5 posts trying to say, isn't it sus all this options talk is starting? It's not sus. I mean, to be fair, people did that when, everyone started talking about DRS too. Everyone was like, I think this is a move by Citadel to get me to hide my shares. Did I get a chance to look at Zim? I didn't. Integrated shipping services. It doesn't look great, like from a pre-market perspective. Although maybe it's bouncing. Is there something funky with the options chain's nice? A lot of open interest at 50. I mean, there's a little bit of ramp. Decent. Maybe a decent gamma ramp. Ding ding. Any thoughts on IBM December 3rd, 124? IBM December 3rd, 124. I don't know if I like that. huge sell-off. Due for a bounce, but it doesn't look like it's hitting one yet. It's starting to come around. Maybe. I mean, so either this is the bottom or this is going to fail a little bit more. There's some support there. But to the low side, I mean, maybe not. Maybe that's just the COVID dip. No, it's not. Yeah, it looks like it's got solid support at 120. So a little bit below 120 seems like a very good buy, but I would give yourself more time. IBM doesn't move fast at all. So it could take a minute. Here we go. I'm well today, Average Joe. Thank you so much. I will check that in a minute. Weeklies will be cheaper every day later you buy them. But yeah, you can buy them on the 19th or the 22nd. Maybe even the morning of the 23rd. Are you watching Prague? I wasn't. I am now. Ooh, gap up. What's happening here? Oh, this is exciting. Why aren't these boomers buying more cat? They're probably all jumping on GME. No, I'm just kidding. All right, don't say the Prague thesis was correct until it does something better than this. No, I have 350s. I'm not buying anymore. Oh, I'm eating pizza. Breakfast pizza. Not in that the ingredients contained on it are breakfast foods, just that I'm eating pizza for breakfast. F doing an ouchie down down. That's weird. The spy's going up. Hmm. What happened? Oh, okay, we're back. What happened to GMEDD? Like the subreddit? My DD? Is that what you're referring to? I'm confused. My DD's not done yet. Mm. Spy also ripping. Yeah, it's doing good. Yes, it is. You're gonna write in DD backwards to cue the theme. We back everything today on Prague. This is usually how it goes. A bunch of SI and cat or something. Why does it keep taking these dumps? It's definitely being pushed down right now. Or kept down. Now that the bill is passed, the shorts have to get out. Price target on Prague? If it breaks 450. What's the next like relevant resistance? 5. Are you mad that just as you want to release your DD, people undercut you and say the same things you wanted to say? No. It makes me look less evil. Also, they're not saying the things I wanted to say. You know, first there's anger and then denial, right? And my DD can be acceptance. Skipping a few steps, but I didn't know I could get a highlighted message this whole time. Gherk, all I need from you is for you to say my name. You always avoid it, and I need this. Aloysius de Vandender Abercrombie. There you go. I hope you're happy. You can clip it. I'm sure you did, Phil. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to pickles. Yeah, I read Linux's DDs. Are you sure this isn't a cult? Pretty sure. I think your DD's needed for context. Too many people still saying, I can't guess the price when it's being manipulated. So, oh, and missing the point. Yeah. There's this like running sentiment among those people, you know, that like these market makers and hedge funds are some sort of gods and they can do things like tank the spy and pump GME. It's just horseshit. Or like, look, they're running crypto again. No, they're fucking not. So that's the mentality you have to fix first, right? Is this idea that these guys are all powerful. They're powerful. They're not that powerful. Your anger and pickle these nuts. Look at me go. Look at you, fart floop. I have an entire video on the support.com squeeze that you can check out. Damage reduction. Puts on Prague. Bad idea. I don't know. It's probably bouncing, but I got my gains before I cross you up. So I'm out. If it crosses here, might consider buying another call. Any thoughts on what Lee Nixis said about the bank holiday in February? No. Did the SPY just gap up twice? Jesus fucking Christ. It's inflation, guys. That's because technical analysis is crap. Yeah. I know. Ribbon options. Ivy isn't quite as high as I would have expected. Interesting. Did they make them available this morning? It's going to stabilize the price. I mean, IV's not super fucking low either. Glad I didn't buy back into that. I definitely would have gotten burned. Where was I? What was I looking at? No, I was done with Prague. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm chasing the SPY. Sometimes I forget what positions I'm in. No, not puts on Rivian. It's an IPO. They're super unstable. Don't chase options, especially weeklies, on that stock. You will get fucking roasted. Can you please take a look at Cat? Do you think there's a chance of it making a comeback today based on technicals? Actually, it doesn't look bad. That's a nice reversal. It needs to test 210 again. Like one more test of 210. It's got to break this fucking accumulation. And it should, right? We should be getting that test here at like 220. I don't know why this keeps getting moved. Whatever. Close enough. So we really want to see a test of 220. If it breaks that, it can seriously rip. It's still in an uptrend. We just need this uptrend to like break to the upside for it to realize its previous value. I don't think it's that far off. I think a break of 210. Last time we broke 210 strongly. We went like almost up to 220. And I don't think there's a lot of bag holders here, you know? Like, not a lot of people looking to get out of Cat right now. Oh, is the SPY fucking me? What are you doing, SPY? You piece of shit. 469? It wasn't even 469.20. One of Supersonic's main points of contention is MM's not hedging. MMs are able to not hedge properly because we don't buy a lot of options. All right. So if we do buy a lot of options, they have to hedge. Otherwise, they're writing naked call contracts with no hedging, which means it blows up their margin at a rate of 100 to 1. Don't worry, I'm gonna do a shill Q&A at the end of my DD. That's what I'm working on right now. I'm adding that to it. So I will make note of that for a meme. Actually, I should do that right now. There. My favorite is still, what if X unrealistic thing happens, like government intervention, and it's like, well, then it would happen. Is it likely? No. Yeah, that's the kind of thing, is you can't have both sides of that coin that they want. And I see this sentiment a lot. You know, they want the markets to work fairly for them to create a short squeeze, but they also, you know, don't want to acknowledge that if the corruption they think exists in the market, they would never get that short squeeze. So it's kind of counterintuitive. Like, if the market is as corrupt as they say it is, right? And the mechanics of the market do not work for and against the participants in it, and only in the interests of short hedge funds, then their interest would be to never let GameStop squeeze, and then thus GameStop would never squeeze. Expecting a cat move today? It could. I hope so. If not, I'm jumping out of these weeklies. The SPY turn back around. Consolidating a little. Looks good. I got an NVIDIA at the 301 test, made money on all my options, even out of the money. Is this the way? That's the way, Carl. GMEDD site crashed again. What's a good amount for someone to do the November options play you mentioned? Well, you know, they're weeklies, right? So they're super high risk. Don't throw a shitload of your capital at super high risk options, and you won't get burned. If nothing happens, right? Predicting short time frames on GameStop traditionally has been a fool's errand. So I would say no more than you are willing to just throw in your garbage can right now. That's the correct amount of money to play on weekly options. If you're willing to take that money out of your pocket, light it on fire, and watch it burn on your floor, then that's the amount of money that you should throw at weekly options. Oh, they're too far out. The Ivy exists. Other platforms might show it, but CBOE probably hasn't updated Ivy for them yet. After the 19th, the Ivy should show up for those. I mean, Aaron, that's true. Like, people wouldn't be day trading if options didn't make them money, but at the same time, most people lose money day trading. Like, the majority of people who day trade lose money doing it. Backside snap. Thanks for everything you do, Gurk. I've learned a lot watching your channel and love how real you are about the whole situation. No overhyping things or setting unrealistic expectations. Cheers. Thank you, Backside Snap. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for being a member, dude. Last November, the runs started at a different time, around the 19th. Had price dropping on the 24th. Any ideas why the timing is different, and should that affect upcoming action? The timing's not really different. We just had a different set of circumstances last November. We still ran on, the 23rd. Well, it wasn't the 23rd. You're looking at the exact date range, and that's not accurate. You need to hold on. I'm gonna do this. So if you go back to November of last year, you need to look at let's see, it was the 24th, 25th. Should have been the settlement window. Oh, it wasn't, because was that a holiday? That's it. Oh, that's October. Sorry. So we ran. We were up. Volume peaked. So volume peaked here out on the 30th. And volume and price action peaked here because what happened here was this slow bleed up put tons of options in the money. You remember the price was like $13 back then. And so what you're seeing here after that exposure date is those weeklies go into the money. But this was before RC's second buy-in. And that's relevant because the illiquidity in the stock is what highlights these cycles the strongest. And RC's second buy-in obviously created more illiquidity, the same way that buy and hold and DRS do. So the more illiquid the stock, the less access they have to a liquid market to hedge their options. And that creates exposure. And so after Ryan Cohen's buy-in, if you go to the next date, the pressure is significantly higher, right? Now the pressure was there. There was gamma exposure. Then there was exposure from those weeklies that got run into the money by the gamma exposure. But Ryan Cohen's second buy-in in December definitely kicked off this cycle a lot more. It made it a lot stronger, a lot more apparent, and a lot more volatile. I'm going to clip that. Because I get asked that question a lot. Where the fuck did the stock go? Oh. Hold on, I'm going to update Reddit. Got a triple top here. Gap up's transitory. Options approved on TD Ameritrade. Looking at the choices, I got overwhelmed. I know you routinely go over this, but any guidance on a small capital play, sub $2,000, Feb out of the money calls? That's your safest play, Benz. I think so. I think February calls represent the uh, perfect price and amount of exposure for a nice safe bet. If you had bought calls in that time frame from this one at any other previous cycle, you would have made significant profits. So yeah, those are the safest bet. You can, get one and deploy an extra capital towards weeklies in an attempt to build up capital. But that carries a lot of risk. Januaries aren't too bad either, but a little more risky than the Februaries. But way less risky than weeklies, obviously. What's my net worth? I have no idea. What's the whale trade on your GME thesis? Oh, I would just buy fuck tons of at or near the money or at or in the money February calls, and then I would dump, you know, five. Like if I was playing this really, really hard and not just with like my earnings from cat, I would probably dump like, I don't know, maybe like 50 contracts for Feb, and then 10,000 for each expected run. Maybe another 40 or 50 in January. Options for the rich. Did we just chase the same trade? What are you talking about, View Up Dan Saipo? Dead cat rip. Let this play out. Let's try and. Where's the fucking volume? 300,000. Yeah, Jamie's gonna keep coming down. Beautiful. Ooh, I like this entry on Spotify. If anybody's interested in Spotify as a long-term position, entries in this like 170 to 160 range look very promising. I have no interest in buying it there, but some of you might. Prague back from the depths. Good for it. How did I get into day trading? Actually had a former professor of mine suggest it to me. You know what? Hold on. I need to turn on some fucking lights or something in here. It's very dark. Nope, that's not doing it. There we go. For 69, strongest wall before 696 90. Did I see your member chat? Oh, no, I didn't. Postmaster, are you going to continue this channel, but as an ASMR channel instead of stocks? Probably not as an ASMR channel. Sorry about the breakfast. I know some people love it, but other people hate it. I do have to eat something today, and I was already running late. I had to go negotiate garbage pickup. Apparently, the tenant before me in my unit was throwing away like punctured aerosol cans, and I'm not going to get into it. Suffice to say, there's currently a ban on picking up garbage from my new place. Why does Jimmy just pause for 10 seconds at a time? Oh, they're waiting for the ask to fill. If it's in an uptrend, they're waiting for the ask to fill. If it's in a downtrend, they're waiting for the bid to widen. So they want to deploy their shorts, right? But if the bid is stacked, right, like lots of orders, and they deploy shorts, it's not going to really push through very much, right? But if the bid is nice and loose and there's some gaps and they can short with the same amount, it'll drive the price much further down. Ooh, that's a nice visual representation. Think of it like a bullet. Like you don't want to fire it into a dense stack of material, right? Or like it won't penetrate a dense stack of material as well as it will penetrate a loose one. Do you still expect a run up on the 23rd, 24th now that the whole world knows about it? I don't know. Let's see what they can pull off. If they have some other fucking trick up their sleeve, right? And they have a lot of tricks, but if they can somehow dodge this, that just teaches us more, right? I don't currently see any mechanic by which they can get out of gamma exposure. They can push FTDs, they can mark them long, they can hide shit in derivatives, but when those derivatives come due, they come due, and there are no exceptions made for them. How and why? When did I get into day trading? Yeah, so I had a professor of mine a few years after I left school that suggested I try it. He's thought I had the right mindset for it and I would enjoy it. I was struggling to find a career path in finance that I didn't absolutely hate, and day trading ended up being it. I really like working for myself, and um, I make more than sufficient money to live off of. It's not for everyone, but I like it. Do you really think they can't drop it no more below the 200s? Oh, I mean, I hope they can. But it's hard. It's a strong resistance. Retail buy pressure's been picking up the last few days. Um, it can be significant. If we can hit the next run trading at 200, that's whew, $40 higher than we've ever hit one. And if we generally run to 250 ish, and we're $40 above that, that poses the potential for that gap fill up at 290 to 300. If that fills and we gap up, fill or gap up there, um, yeah, that could be very significant. Last November, the run started at a different time, around the 19th, had price dropping on the 24th. Any idea why timing is different, and should that affect upcoming action? Um, we still ran on the exposure date. It's a different time. Liquidity was different. Hedging was different. They had no issue finding shares to hedge their options chain back then. This is not the same. We're trading at $13. The volume that was expected on the 24th of last year occurred, right? So the signs are there of an exposure run. Also, a lot of the additional derivative positions that were picked up in ETFs were picked up in January, right? And that massive amount of puts they bought right after the squeeze in order to drive the price down with a gamma slide. Will we have to pay for the shill DD? No, it'll be free. Are the anti-option, if there was ever a confirmed paid shill, which aside from like Matt Cores and trade trades, I don't know if there are any. Um, but if there was ever someone who was getting a check from Citadel to say bad shit about GME, the biggest thing they would push would be anti-options information. How low do you think we'll be going this week prior to the 19th? If max pain is at 190, yeah, I could foresee us dropping to max pain. As a matter of fact, I hope I see us dropping to max pain. Well, the problem with here's the biggest problem I see with that, like, no no options, DRS is the only way mindset, is that like a lot of people pushing that seem to think that like by registering their one share, they're fucking the hedgies and they're gonna see generational wealth. And like that's just kind of fucking stupid, right? Like you could get some money out of it, right? Like some far more money than you put into it. But you're not, it's one. It's like one or two shares, right? Like, sure, like a high X, like a 10, like a 9 shareholder or a 10 shareholder, they can see some solid fucking returns on GameStop. I mean, and millions are possible, but like the net effect of that is small, right? When you compare that to options, right? For the same price as that share, they could have had leverage on 100 shares. So it's, I don't know. It's kind of just illogical, I think. It's like the ultimate confirmation bias. Are you familiar with double shorting? Not that terminology for it. Maybe explain it in a different way, Monster Buddy. How far behind on chat am I? Oh, good, just half an hour. Can you elaborate on why you hope they can push it below 200? Because options are cheaper for the run. Also, historically, it's a good indicator that the stock's going to move to the upside if they're able to push it down this week. Remember, we just want them to do what we expect, right? If they're doing what we expect, then everything holds true. If there's a deviation from that, then the thesis starts to break down, right? Yeah, we could see a drop on the 17th. That's going to depend on if they roll or if they don't. Small meow. If they roll, we can expect to see the drop begin after the roll date. If they don't roll, we may just see mostly sideways trading into January, besides the exposure date on the 22nd. Is this drop affecting IV? It's not happening super fast, right? So yeah, IV shouldn't be shooting up. This kind of bullish reversal isn't great for IV, but have you picked up your November options yet? No, I'm waiting. And I'm glad I did, right? If I bought them yesterday, I would have been buying them, $5 higher, which is, in the world of options, $500. And you multiply that over lots of contracts and it's significant. Can you explain the PDT rule? I'm confused on what it means. What happens if I do over 3? I think they suspend your account until you deposit $25,000. Or you're not allowed to buy anything else with unsettled funds. I don't know. I don't have any accounts that have PDT on them. Like most of my accounts are cash, and like the 1 or 2 margin accounts I have are the deposits are in excess of the PDT regulation. But I think it's like if you buy and sell the same asset in the same day, you get a strike. And then 3 strikes, I think they suspend your account until you have was it $25,000 deposited? That's why this chance is so important. I have a strong base of shares, but buying about 5 a month isn't going to give me generational wealth that XXXXX can give me. A couple long calls and some weeklies to build capital for me. Sorry, one sec. I ran out of time there. Fuck you, Gurk. Answer my question. Dude, I'm 20 minutes behind on chat. Chill the fuck out. I didn't come here to stay a small fish. Hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. What do you want to know, VWAP Dan Seipel, you son of a bitch? I'll catch up to it. A lot of people have questions. Well, let me try to get to all of them. You could have just asked your question in the Ko-Fi and I would have gotten read immediately. Instead of donating me $5 and telling me to read your question. When thinking of ETF quarterly exposures, all contracts in the money that are from the low of the quarter to the current price. Yeah. All contracts currently in the money at expiration, right? Because a lot of the, especially the ETF contracts, have a very good chance of getting exercised. And yeah, GameStop in 106 different ETFs, and it's the exposure from all of those plus the exposure on GameStop for the monthlies, which only represents 1.5 million shares in hedging. What do you think about the probable hedging on the 24th if our starting point is 210, 220? I mean, if we start at 210 or 220, like we could see some pretty significant upside. Which one am I clipping? What am I clipping? I don't know. Would I be a good shill? No, I don't think so, Carl. You're too bullish. You get drunk and then you get super bullish on GME. You start fucking banning people. Maybe. What's your favorite casino game? If I had to pick one, poker. Well, that's something I kind of want to address, DT, in my DD, and I'm trying to, is I want to address all the shitty plays that people are going to think of doing, right? Where they're just going to absolutely get fucking burned. Like people who've like, I just opened my TDA account yesterday and I want to buy 950 calls for January. And like, those people are going to get fucked. They're going to get fucked hard. They're not going to know how to execute that trade properly. They're going to bag hold that 950C until the IV drops, and they're going to be left losing a shitload of money. So those are the plays I also want to address. So not only like where I see advantageous plays, but also the plays that are just smooth as fuck. Oh man, I missed a bunch. Okay. Yeah, I think you're referring to like the monetization of hedged positions, Monster Buddy. Um sort of a thing. Like they buy puts and then exercise them in order to force the market maker to short. There's no shares to borrow, so they have to use synthetic shorts, but that's still like compounds within that T+2 cycle. You get banned from trading for 90 days. Yeah. Everyone has GFEs. Dislike and unsub. I'm catching up. Wait, I didn't say that. That was not me. Is someone trolling you? I think GFEs. I think of GFE as like so. If you buy a share with money you don't have yet and then sell it for a profit, then you shorted the US dollar. The feds don't like to be shorted. That's pretty accurate. The pattern day trader rule, on the other hand, is just you're poor, you don't deserve to play with the big boys. I didn't send the fuck you, Ko-Fi. I can't be that mean to my dad. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Um, fantastic. Thank you, real VWAP Dan Disciple. I don't know it's true anymore. You've successfully gaslit me. Do you think 1123 is too late to buy Feb options? Who stole my name? 1123 is too late to buy Feb options? It could be, potentially. Like if they cover early, which they usually don't do, but if they do, it could be too late. I want to buy GME on leverage to build capital with the next week's cycle. When this week would be the best buy-in day? I'm looking at the 19th, the 22nd, and the 23rd to open up the majority of my position, which I will then average down when I can over the rest of the cycle. What do you think of GMEDD's report? Bull case, price target, 1069. I have no idea. Can you loan me some pocket money? Only $1,000 or 100K or so. I should be coming into some money in February to pay you back with. I'm sure you won't even notice it's gone. Daniel Taylor, hand twitch. So August, the low is 145 to 158 on the Friday before the run. Now we're like $40 above our low, meaning a lot of ETF contracts in the money potentially. Yes. Also, all those ETF FTDs drove the prices of the ETFs up. The Dans are having a used dumpster sale to raise money for Feb covered calls. Feb covered calls? What? Okay, confusing. When you start the GME options play on Friday with all the attention you were getting, will you be explaining everything you're doing, expecting so people can follow along and understand? I mean, I'll be kind of explaining what I'm doing a bit. Here's the issue is I'm not buying them all in WeBull. I have other brokerages that I'm buying shares in. Ones which I do not want to share on stream. And so I can't fully explain. I mean, I'll talk through it, but I can't fully explain it. Obviously, I don't suggest anybody follow exactly what I do. My risk tolerance is very, very different than the average person. Yeah. How do you feel about 500 Cs for Feb? Just about everything else in Feb is beyond my poor's budget. Interesting. Coming right back up. Hold on one second. Let me update Reddit. Again, answering these questions, I forget to update the people over there. All right. 500 Cs for Feb. I mean, they'll print, but what you have to realize is like they'll print on IV. So if the price runs, they'll be worth money. Printing means that, the value of the contract exceeds what you purchased it for, right? So it's profitable. And ideally what I would want to do if I had a lot of like 500Cs or 950s or 800s, right, is I would want to, like, these way deep out of the money calls, is I would want to sell when they're profitable. Then I would want to wait for the price to come back down. And then I would try to buy a lower strike for an equivalent amount of capital. I can't tell a lie. It was me all along. I'm sorry. Do you forgive me? I do view up Dan Seipel. I appreciate the honesty. Did you see many institutions bought calls and puts yesterday? What was that? Getting ready. You got it, Monster Buddy. I see options are shilling right next to posts from old dogs on Reddit supporting them. Who to believe? Make me feel safe, Mr. Pickle. Also, good morning. Happy to see traction here. Do we have like a lot of people in here today? Holy shit. Hi, new people. If you guys could drop a like, that's like a thing that helps. I appreciate it. Yeah. That way when people search GME, Matt Kors isn't the first thing that comes up. Nah, I'm not gonna beat that, but I could be number 2. So ultra poors just do weeklies. If they want to gamble, yeah. Right? It's like the lottery. It's just a tax on hope. Why does Ivy Spike print so much harder and cheaper out of the money options? Seems like an infinite money glitch. Am I missing something? No. It's not an infinite money glitch. I mean, no more so than the sense that GameStop is an infinite money glitch. Unlike unsub, unwatch. Thank you, Alex. Please hit the dislike on your way out the door. Thank you. If Courage and Feb options print hard during the November 23rd run up, is it a good or a bad idea to close them out and buy some more options later? If they go into the money, yeah, you could potentially do that. If they don't go into the money, no. And historically, once this cycle kicks off, the floor doesn't really come back down hard again. So there's a good chance that you could miss out by selling those too soon. How would you spend 200K on calls to be most profitable, or 2K on calls to be most profitable? To be most profitable, highest profits are going to be realized from riskier calls, right? Like weeklies are, far higher potential for profits than safer calls in like January and February. So, that's what you're choosing is the amount of risk you want to take on. Do you want to risk $2,000? Do you want to risk a quarter of that? Do you want to take not a lot of chances with any of it? And then you limit the number of far out calls you can buy. This is very interesting. What's Cat doing? Ooh, Cat's trying to come back up. Prague 5? Oh, nice. Good for you guys. Rocket Mortgage is blowing you up again. I just dumped out on my cat calls, so it's about to moon. I repeat, it is now safe to load up on cat. Do you buy the bid or the ask? I mean, you you want to try to get them below the mid. So whatever the last sale was, it'll say like last. If you can pick them up below that, that's advantageous. But you want to be closer to the bid when you buy, and closer to the ask when you sell. This Rocket Mortgage, I understand you're in the market for a new home, so I want to reach out to share more about our services. Do you have a minute? Goddamn motherfuckers. Leave me alone. I'll never buy a house now. I'm not kidding. They've called me 45 times in the last 2 days. I have told them to stop calling me repeatedly, and they won't. 250, 350 ideal for the first bit of the cycle. That would be considered way out of the money for the first part of the cycle. Volume's still too low to spike IV. Yes, I believe so. Hold on. Yeah. Only 400k volume today. I don't imagine that we'll break 210 with this volume, but we could. No, they can't cover early. They have to cover exposure after the options expire. Appreciate all your knowledge, brother. Thank you, Ken. It's pay in me. I appreciate that, man. Is Gherkin getting margin called by Rocket Mortgage? Regarding the sorry. Regarding the 2 Quake question, the money doesn't go very far. Can you pull up options and show a way to split the money to cover multiple dates? I mean, you could pick up like maybe if GME is dipping, you might be able to pick up like a 400, or maybe even I'd have to dip a lot for a 350. You might be able to pick up 400s or 420s as like a further dated safer bet. You'd have to average that down, obviously. January, you're opened up a little more, but not much. How much are the way out of the monies in Feb? 510s or 830. Jan. Maybe like 300s for January. And then weeklies. 215 covered calls safe this week. Not necessarily. You skipped my free member message. It was a chance for the poorest to witness this pigeon whale Dan's excellence. I'm sorry. Wait, why would I unlike and unsub when I can use this to flex on the pores? I'm a pigeon whale for life. Dan is love. Dan is life. Dan is Dan. Riku. Riku to you too, sir. I mean, $2,000 isn't a lot to do long-term options on. You can pick up one contract, right? Like that's your safe play. Like one Feb, one Jan. And then hope to average them down over time, probably. But because you're so far out of the money, the risk is almost as high, right? Like you really have to watch those positions. Do you think this is unusual short the open, then cover T+2 exposure? It could be. I don't know how much exposure is left after yesterday. I feel like they covered a chunk of it, but you know, today is an exposure date. So we could stay in this like 205, 210 channel. Based on like the volume and you know the way they're not trying to jump the bid, I would say that it's likely that they're still covering a little bit, but we do have some in the money puts that came in yesterday, possibly more today. I think their goal will be to get those puts and then some out of the money puts at like 200, a lot of them. So I think the goal will be to try to get those puts in the money before the end of the week. I just got a spam call by Team Rocket Mortgage. They want me to trade my Meowth for my home and a Gyarados. Is that a fair market price? It seems all right. Try to get like a coughing while you're at it. When you were selling a contract, it's sell to close. Yes, Komodosh. That's correct. That's not me. What do you mean by average down contracts? That means so like if I have 450 for Feb, right? And we spike in November, I'm gonna sell that on the spike. Right? And then I'm gonna wait for the price to come down. And then buy back in at a lower strike. So I can wait for theta and price to decline and then buy back in same capital but at a lower strike, so I might be able to bring it down to like a 400 before it spikes again, and then I can sell that 400 and average it down to like a 350 before the last run, right? So getting closer and closer to the money, but that requires, you know, trading, which is not easy. That's why at the money and near the money strikes are much safer. Asking for goddamn. Okay, if you guys keep offering me these questions where it's like I have this amount of money, what should I do? I can't really answer those. Like I can answer them in a general way, but I can't answer them specifically to you or your situation. I have no idea what your risk tolerance is. I don't know how important that money is to you. Um, you know, educate yourself on options. If you need to ask me how to play your $1,500, you don't know what the fuck you're doing probably and shouldn't be doing this. Pick safer shit because you're inexperienced, right? or just hold your shares. That's always an option, right? If these cycles kick off the way they should, and the people with enough expertise to handle options are handling them, then it should drive the price up significantly. I think near the money call options for Feb are less aggressive than out of the money call. Yeah, they are absolutely less aggressive. Would you be doing that before the future roll date and then holding through the roll to see what happens? Yeah, I would wait to see if I'm selling this on the IV spikes. I would probably wait to see. IV will decay slowly on those, right? Because they're so far dated. So that IV will hold on those February contracts. So yeah, I would wait to see if they were rolling before getting out and averaging down. If you have $10 for lunch, would you go burger or salad? I would salad, probably. I wouldn't want to feel like shit for the rest of the day. I appreciate you confirming my frustrations. No perfect solutions. Whatever I do, it'll be well informed. Thanks for taking the time. No problem, man. If you have $3.50, should I buy a bad burger or a good hot dog? I have a banana, 2 oranges, and a Chevy Charger. How many calls for GMA can I get? I don't know. Is LRC safer than messing with GME options? Absolutely not. It's a cryptocurrency. I mean, like, if you're just gonna buy and hold another thing, like, obviously, buy and hold will always be safer than trading. Stephanie Chan, the gamer. That's just how it works. Hey, Girk, I just wanted to say you're looking fresh today. Thank you so much, Dan Almighty. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I don't live in your home. Here's the best education. Thanks for what you do. Yeah, no problem, Jacob. What's the best source for educating on options? YouTube has a lot of excellent resources for just the basics. Your brokerage will have, most brokerages will have courses on options and more specifically how to best utilize them on the platform you're using, which is important, right? Because a lot of money is lost in user error. So make sure you understand how to use the software that you're trading on. And then Investopedia for looking up any terminology you don't understand or better understanding mechanics that are eluding you. Did you collab with Crayons? I mean, we talk. I didn't collaborate with him though. I think he's just seen the evidence presented and agrees. I have 69K to spend on options and only a cursory understanding of the alphabet. What should I do? Total, yeah. Could you please convert my $500 to $1 million for me and explain later? No. Can you explain in more detail why they don't hedge properly and it causes the spike the following week after the options expire? Why would they have all the shares they need on hand to cover? They don't hedge properly because they have all other positions. They're short volatility, right? And by hedging, they drive volatility up. So they don't want to hedge appropriately because that will drive volatility up because it'll bring the price up rapidly. If you had 1337 left after this Ko-Fi, would you buy an evening with Dr. K's mom or buy a sandwich? I'd buy a sandwich. Not Coors. I'm sorry you lost all your money on Tesla. So what is likely is that they aren't hedging fully, right? They're still hedging, but not to the full extent that they should be. So they're not remaining truly delta neutral. And that's why we're seeing so much exposure in the following T+2 dates. So you have to remember when they have to hedge these options, they have to work against their other positions. And this is what you want, right? This is the ideal way to squeeze a short hedge fund
or a market maker is you want to trap them in the entirety of their positions, not just, like buy and hold squeezes them from one side, right? But it still leaves them with a lot of margin in order to create synthetics and, try to manipulate the price that way. But if you start squeezing them from multiple sides, right? Like you dry up the liquidity in the market and you force them to hedge the options that they're required to sell as DMM, then, then they have these two positions working against them. And in addition to that, we know that they're short volatility as well. And so somehow they have to hedge options with no available share pool while simultaneously keeping volatility down. And that's where shit gets really interesting. Because when a liquidity provider can no longer provide liquidity, why do you think there's this huge push to reduce the gamification and keep retail off of options from the government, right? Kirk, I'm upset that you don't think my 950s will print. No, they will, but just on IV. I spent many whole dollars on them. Let me know where you can get a salad for $10. Not in New York City. If I had like $69 and today being Tuesday, how many tacos can I get at Taco Time? Do you have Taco Tuesday? I feel like Taco Tuesdays are regional. Do you think me is still a good play? Looks like it's coming down to about 11. Let's see. Might look for a bounce here. If it dips, this is kind of an inflection point. It'll either bounce or it won't. I'd watch it, but I wouldn't enter here in either direction. What are you doing, cat? Piece of shit. Is the Dow down again? No, Dow looks better than fucking cat does. Jimmy failing to 11 again. Can you check CNHI? Why do the options look weird? Weird? In what way? I don't like the stock. Fucking no volume. The option chain is wildly illiquid, but it doesn't look weird. There's a lot of 1750 interest in December. That's it. Looks like the 1750s that printed already in November have been sold off. Educate us on the WeBull platform. Look up YouTube videos that do that. I don't feel like spending my time doing that. What headphones do you use? I like them. Sorry for the non-market related question. They're Corsair C70s, I think, or something like that. I understand if you don't want to, but I'd love to see you respond to some of the anti-options people on Reddit. Some of it's a waste of time. I don't have a lot of time to spend like arguing with trolls on Reddit. I've spent far too much time doing that in the past. It's a waste. They continue to remain the way they are, generally speaking. For those that want to learn and expand their knowledge, they will seek a way to do that. For those that don't and want to remain ignorant, that's fine, right? You don't care what they do. They don't need to buy options. It's not worth the time wasted. Can we do? Oh, IR Popo, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate that. Let me get you a sweet little Cornishon.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon.
Care to distribute a dividend on your HNT gains? I'm poor. Don't you have a shitload of HNT? AMD to 200 today. No. But it looks good. I still think this company is undervalued. Head and Shoulders. Probably. Yeah. People have mentioned the GME DD update. I don't know what the fuck that is. Can you vouch for any of the recent options DDs on Superstock? I mean, I saw Crayons and Lenixis. Me and Lenixis kind of diverge in our theory of what affects GameStop price action, but for the most part, I do agree with his assessment of the pattern being present. And I agree with Crayons DD as well. The anti-options FUD needs to stop. We didn't run in January because no options. As a matter of fact, if you look from the point at which where Warden burned all of his followers to date, the reduced amount of options purchases has reduced the upwards volatility of GameStop, right? For sure, Cool Daddy. I own both GME and AMC and look to rebalance my meme stocks. What percent GME versus AMC should I hold? Well, I can't really tell you what percent to hold, man. That's up to you. I can tell you that it is highly likely that AMC is a hedge against GameStop's volatility. So if GameStop rips and goes to the moon, AMC is likely going to run with it for a while. But then when Citadel pulls the rug, AMC's run will stop. So that's something to consider. All the data seems to support them being long AMC volatility, short GME volatility. If you think about it logically, that's a great way to split retail interest and prevent FOMO. Every play in the market always has a runner up. You'll learn this the more time you spend in the market, but it's something to consider. I didn't say Warden or his followers got burnt in an intelligent way, but you know, bullish on DD is bullish on DD. I know you mentioned the 24th options, the 26th, but what would be safer to buy options for the following week? It could be more capital expenditure, so you get less leverage. The risk is relatively similar, and I think I want you to spread butter all over you and throw you down a slip and slide. Thanks, Real VWAP Dan Seipel. I appreciate that. That sounds like a good time. I know you. So here's the problem I have with the 11 threes. They're a little safer, but I think they encourage bag holding. And with a lot of inexperienced investors throwing money away on weeklies, I think these actually present more risk than benefit. Not only do they cost more, so you're likely to lose more money on them, people will ride the profits longer. So if you have a 11.26 and it spikes hard, you're going to bail, right? You're just like, oh shit, I just made a ton of money off nothing. But if you have an 11.3, you might hold. Right? It's that gambler's fallacy that like, I've won, I'll keep winning. And so I think 11 threes almost present the same amount of, or 12 threes, sorry, present almost the same amount of risk as the 11.26s. 12.3, yes. December 3rds. Can someone elaborate on how Warden got burned? Oh, he chased, he and like, he got his whole fucking Discord to like chase some stupid fucking T+21 Ryan Cohen tweet DD. And essentially what happened is he thought they could all build a gamma ramp together, which obviously they couldn't because it was like 1,000 people. And it failed miserably and everyone lost a bunch of money. I don't know, JC. Probably not. Is shorting the calendar now 11-month puts? Wait, what? I'm shorting the calendar now. It was like June 24th, 26th-ish, the T+35 meltdown. Somewhere around there. I told everyone who asked me about it at the time that it was a super fucking terrible idea and not to do it. And a lot of people got burned. That sounds like collusion. A little bit, yeah. Any ramp being built yet? Let's check it out. Probably not. No, OI is starting to pick up. A little tiny bit. I made 200% on Warden's play. They just held too long. I don't know how anybody made that much money off of it. It didn't. I mean, you must have been pretty near the money because it didn't move that hard or strong. It was like a small bump. Some folks made 1,000% or more if you knew when to close. Buying 12-3 calls on 11.26 makes sense to capture Monday, Tuesday run from 11.26 contracts. Yeah, you could try to capture the gamma exposure from the 11.26 weeklies. It's a play. I'll be playing it. There were 2 plays. I don't know. I didn't follow it that closely at the time. I just didn't think it was like, I didn't think the potential was there for far out of the money calls to print hard, which seemed to be the sentiment. I'm sure some people bought closer to the money and made some profits, but I think ultimately most people got burned. Is it good to buy in high open interest or low? I mean, the more open interest, the better the liquidity. It's technically better. If the stock runs, the open interest will pick up across the strikes. First one was July calls that printed. Oh, okay. I'm talking about the one where everyone got burned on the T plus 21 DD that was wrong. Really appreciate your content. Give this to the garbage man. Thank you, Deadwood. Could you please share how high you expect next week? I still think a conservative estimate is 250 if we're above 200. So if we go into this exposure date above 200, I could see us hitting 250. If we go into it below 200, I could see us hitting like 225. These are conservative estimates. Yes, we can go higher. The upside on GameStop is uncapped because of the wide bid-ask spread and the illiquidity. If there is enough open interest and enough exposure, then yeah, we could definitely see a run to higher numbers. There is a gap to fill in like the 280, 300 range. If we fill that gap, obviously we can, move up even further. So the potential for upside is there, but I think a conservative estimate is somewhere between 225 and 250. I think that's a healthy way to look at the run. If it exceeds those expectations, awesome. But if it doesn't, you don't want to be disappointed by a smaller move than expected. Thanks. How would December 3rd calls be as risky considering theta? I don't think the call itself is riskier. I think the psychology is, Jonathan Sanchez. Obviously, the call is safer. Let me make that really clear. December 3rd calls are far safer than 11/26 weeklies. They, however, present greater risk in their psychology, and that people will hold them past the IV spike. And if you had done that back in August, even though the price went up, the calls were worth less because IV crushed. The benefit of the weeklies in that scenario is that people are more likely to sell them profitably and capture those profits than they are to bag hold them until they're worthless. And that could mean the difference between 100 or 200% potential gains left on the table. Buffalo Check Blanket, thank you so much for becoming a member, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Hey, Gherk, honest question. If nothing happens by the end of the 24th, will you cut your options? Yeah, I'm not going to fucking carry them past that. I might cut them and roll them into 11 threes. Do you this upcoming week any chance for causing MOASS? Like we jump to 250 and just keep skyrocketing. It could be the beginning of it. It could be, if the gains are significant enough and we hold a high enough floor, it could cause FOMO. It has potential. Don't forget that the roll date also represents earnings, so we can climb into those. Usually GameStop's earnings are right around that roll date. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we would need to maintain a higher floor. That would be the key. Is holding and trading at a floor significantly higher than where we are now. I think the highest floor we've held for any significant period of time was around 220, and that was here in August. And it was only for a few days, right? Like through this range. We kind of did a similar thing here just after the 6th more recently. So we're getting better at maintaining that floor at 225 where that share offering was. If that's our floor after this cycle, that's bullish. If we can maintain a floor higher, possibly 250 or 275, that creates very strong potential for a short squeeze moving forward throughout the rest of the cycle. What's the downside in buying calls with high IV? They have less. I mean, in what like you're paying more, right? They have less potential from the multiplier, because the multiplier is already high. But the multiplier can go higher. They also tend to be worth less, so the multiplier is acting on a lower base figure. But you get more leverage, so it balances out. They're still very profitable. Do Theta and IV have an interaction on each other? Might December 3rd out of the money calls have better ROI by capturing more IV on the 23rd, 24th spike because they aren't expiring immediately? They do. Delta and volatility are closer tied. But yeah, having more theta, could leave more value in the contract, but you get more leverage by buying a week earlier, right? So I think it negates itself. Like you can buy more contracts, so the profit potential is still far higher on weeklies, given the same amount of capital. Will earnings this time crush Feb IV also? The Feb might be a little too far out for the IV to crush. Usually IV crushes the closer dated contract range. No idea, TJ. There's a lot of small funds. When you talk about IV spiking, do you simply look for that in the options chain at that strike, or is there a better way? Just wondering. I mean, you can try to find, generally calls with lower IV will have lower open interest, right? So, if say you're looking at November 26s and you're looking like in this range, like sometimes you'll see, no, there's really no, like we're not in this week yet, so there's not as wide of a spread, but like sometimes you'll see something like this where there's like a small variation in the IV to the next strike. Like this strike at 215 has a little bit lower IV than, no, it just changed. Here we go. These 220 250s have lower open interest, right? And a slightly lower IV than the strikes on either side of them. So if you're purely playing IV, like that has a little more potential for a bump. If interest comes in. But I mean, IV way out of the money is pretty fucking low on these weeklies right now. So 12 threes. Sorry. I'm very focused on November lately. Feb 22. Are those open yet? No, Feb 22 is where I'm buying like all my calls. Like February 18th. The February monthlies are definitely where I'm buying the majority of my like long call position. At least capital wise. Obviously, like my leverage there will be weaker. I think Feb 22 220s are excellent. Excellent, safe contracts. Very likely to earn a profit over the next few months. Even more likely, at some point, you'll be able to exercise those to get 100 shares. So, I mean, if you look at it by like a cost, from like a cost analysis, you know, that's $33 a share that you could potentially get 100 shares for. If you have the capital to deploy on a $3,300 options contract, right? Thoughts on GMEDD's new price targets? 1069 bull case, 304 bear case. What validity does GMEDD have? Like what this is the first time I've ever heard about it. Why would I give a shit what their price targets are? It sounds like they're using Elliott waves or Fibonacci's to predict a future price trend, and those are inaccurate as fuck on GameStop. So we'll see. If you want to play the Gex at 1126, shouldn't you buy 12.3 before the 1124 run up? Yes. Or on 1126 after the IV from the run up crushes. I had weekly options that went up 3,000%. I held it too long and ended up only making about 200%. Exactly, Max. That's exactly what I'm trying to point out. Shouldn't it be similar to the August 24th movement where it went up about $74? It should be. Yeah, it's I mean it's the same exposure that we saw on August 24th. So if we can get, but the stock is more illiquid now than it was then, right? Between then and now, we've had DRS. And while DRS doesn't have a big effect on the baseline FTDs, right? So here's your baseline FTDs. Here's FTDs with DRS. But when they spike, like when the FTDs spike, we see this large need, right? And that because of DRS, they spike much harder, right? Like DRS acts as a multiplier in these times when shares are unavailable. And so when exposure occurs, like we expect on the 24th, the need for shares will increase. And so DRS's effect on that illiquidity will be more prominent than in, a regular trading day. And so we could be significantly more illiquid here. Our run on the 6th showed us that 3.5 million volume for a $50 gain. Whereas August, was 10 million volume for a $70 gain. So, obviously significant difference, right, in the liquidity of the stock when they go to hedge. So, if we got 10 million volume here, that could be up to $150 based on August's run, right? So we could see $150 of price improvement potentially. Like that's where I see like an up, like the highest possible upside. Love what you're done with the place. Can you check out GME for me? Thanks, John Goldstein. I don't think the earnings are going to affect the far dated contracts too much, but it could. A roll or earnings can present an opportunity to get in to more options, right? Like if IV comes down for the near term, like maybe January IV drops here at earnings, or, you know, the weeklies for the December 22nd run. You know, that this earnings could present a good opportunity to get into those. I don't think the Febs will be all that affected. Maybe a little IV drop, but they're a bit far out. Can you please explain how IV acts as a multiplier? Look it up. Black-Scholes model, bear power. We talked about IV crush on earnings. If you're selling options, you want high IV, yes? Yeah. If you're selling them or selling to close them, whether you're selling to open or selling to close, high IV is better because you get a higher premium, right? IV tripled or quadrupled on the run in August at its peak. Still holding this cat weeklies? Yeah. Likely through today. Maybe into early tomorrow. Amazon Prime now has Prime Gaming. Thoughts on competition with GME? It looks like it just came out this week. I'm not saying GameStop won't have competition in their marketplace. They absolutely will. They already do, and they will likely have more. It'll depend on who they partner with and the, you know, profitability and importance of the NFT network they build. I think. Can you remind me why you're picking January instead of the end of December if the goal of these contracts is to capture the roll? January instead of end of December. The goal of the January contracts is not just to capture the roll. It's to capture the roll and the ETF exposure after the roll. And there's far more liquidity in January leaps than there is in end of December weeklies. You're forgetting the next ETF run date. So we have 3, right? We have 11, 23, 24. We have 12, 22, 23. And we have 1, 25, and 26. So the Januaries capture all of this, plus the future, whatever happens with the futures roll and expiration. 212. This is impressive. Very low volume climb. All right. I don't like that. I'm going to exit some of my cat position. I need to roll those forward. January. Fuck me. Thoughts on price action so far this week? I know short hedge probably want to keep price low while crushing IV, but seems like they can't even push it down slowly. There's more retail buying going on. I mean, look at the order book right now. You see the, like, hold on. Like, you see the large number of, like, retail prints coming in from the OTC and MOASS. Like, retail buy pressure is up. And that could be fucking with their ability to cover. Like, if retail's buying in a little heavier, right, that can mess up their ability to normalize the bid-ask spread and cover in a certain range, right? And so we're seeing this upward momentum. Theta's effect is significantly reduced once your call is in the money. Still holding cat weeklies? No, I just exited my cat 220 Decembers and my cat weeklies. I am going to roll the Decembers forward. I still have my 210 Decembers. I'm not going to sell out of those, but the 220s I want to roll forward. Today's a good day. The old ones that I bought around 190-ish, those 220s are still up. So I figured now is a good time to lock in those profits and move the contracts forward. But I'm going to wait a little bit because I think cat was dropping, which, yeah, it is. So it may come back down to 205, and then I'll be looking to buy back into those 220s, but out in December or January. I love that slow exit stage right move you just did. Yes. Had a few K locked for options on Gmail this week. Figured out why not make a quick buck on cat after Biden signed yesterday. That plan's not going well currently. I don't like cat weeklies. I've said that a bunch. Sometimes they're okay, but for the most part, cat moves just moves too slow for weeklies to be super profitable. Computer shares bi-monthly on 15th is withdrawn also. See, Mountains of Doom, I think Computer Share buys GameStop every day. I don't think they do monthly bi-monthly buy-ins for GameStop. I know some stocks, every stock they manage is different, but I'm pretty sure they do GameStop buy-ins daily. Wasn't the bill signed? Why not Cat Moon? I mean, it can. It's slow. And if it's going to retest that bottom again before coming up, I think that's a really good time for me to move those 220s forward. How do you find stocks to day trade? You can use a scanner, research. You can use earnings. There's a lot of different ways. You can set up, signals if you want to try to trade technical signals. And when stocks, when your signal fires on a stock, you get a notification. There's a lot of different ways to do it. Would you leave some insane exposure to them? Wouldn't it? Yeah. Can you talk about exiting a long call position in a situation where the value of the contract is spiking? Do you immediately enter a value to sell after buying the contract? No, I usually just set stop limits and follow the trend. And then, if it falls below the trend, my limit fills and my option sells. I did spend my day here, saw a Jamie hype video with clips of you in it, and got a strange sense of pride that I was in here listening when you said those things. That's awesome, Jason. Thank you so much, man. Sometimes I wax poetic.
Tempted to roll cap, but I also want to throw it all into GME, Feb, and weeklies. I mean, I'm rolling my 220s in Fidelity because they're up. I really want to buy those in a different brokerage, though. Thoughts on Max Strike Jan Feb IV plays? It's solid. It's probably it's safer than weeklies, but harder to manage. Or well, just as hard to manage actually. You got to be on top of your position if you're playing IV. Yeah, that's correct, Pindlebot. I'm gonna buy more down the road, right? If I see an opportunity to average my cost down on those January and Februarys, I'm going to. But if I don't, I'll have them in place. This price action is irritating. Do you recommend waxing? Seems painful. I mean, if you want to be smooth, you gotta do what you gotta do. Do you purposely ignore my questions until I pay you? Sounds like something a terrible YouTuber would do. Would you ask me? Okay. Oh, do you think they're keeping the price? I already answered this. Do you think they're keeping the price up to make sure retail is priced out of buying a lot of weeklies? They may not be shorting they may not be shorting a lot in order to keep retail priced out of weeklies, but it's not going to work. Like retail's not going to be priced out of weeklies. They're going to be cheap as fuck next week. Still think Jimmy will finish closer to max pay end of week. I don't know. We have to wait till Wednesday, right? We have to wait till the exposure is cleared up, and then we can see like where the price is going to settle. Without an idea, or like without a good idea of where like, well, without a good idea of when exposure is being done covered, which we don't have on Monday and Tuesday, right? Like we don't know the exact moment when they're done covering exposure. They bought in the money puts yesterday, which usually indicates that exposure is over, but the price is running a bit today. It still looks like they're covering. So it's possible that they're going to buy more in the money contracts today. They may be avoiding buying a lot of deep. See, it doesn't seem like they're buying a lot of deep in the money contracts. Like some 400 strikes came in for December yesterday or January, but not a lot of them. And generally, when they're done covering, we see a big dump of in the money puts in order to force the market maker to short the price back down. And we're not really seeing that big dump, and that could be because they're trying to limit exposure for Friday, because if they put all those puts in and then sell them, that's going to create more upward pressure on the price. So I think tomorrow's the best day for them to do that, or just really start hammering the price. But right now, volume's still low, so IV's not picking up significantly. It's cool to see Super Sack Sub finally catching on to what you've been saying for so long. Yeah, but they think it's all other people saying it. Which I'm kind of okay with. Do you think WeBull subscription for data would be relevant to use during the December, Jan, Feb?
It could be. It's not bad. I like it. As far as order books go, for the price, it's pretty decent. I think you have to go to order book settings and then choose the NBBO option, and then it'll take you to a payment page. I like it. You don't need it. I don't think it's necessary. I just do it for like the stream, so we have like the OTC data and we can see the feed a little better. This trolling is on another level. I feel honored that someone would troll me, though. Also, to whoever is doing this, it's kind of weird. Say the price closes at 225 November 19th. Do you think Monday open November 22nd calls will be cheaper than now or more expensive? I mean, theta is still decaying. No, I don't get that. This is a cup and handle on Gmail since end of August. Could be. A little short for a time frame. I mean, September, October. It's not the worst. It's not great, but the upper test is similar. Yeah. I mean, it is a cup and handle. Yeah, it was likely due to IV lowering. Jace Lee. What's your main reason for the GME play? Was it the crazy high SI or something else? I actually got into GME in November because at the time DFE was posting on Wall Street Bets and everyone was just bashing him, right? Just fucking giving him so much shit, and yet he was presenting some of the best DD I'd ever seen on that subreddit, if not the best DD I'd ever seen on that subreddit. And I kind of just bought some out of spite because I thought he had a solid thesis. I gave myself a lot of time. I bought like 500 shares and some far dated options contracts, and then January happened and I've been in it ever since. I didn't know about I knew there was short interest on GameStop when I bought in, but I didn't realize the extent of it at the time, obviously. Do you subscribe to cycle theory? What cycle theory? That the market moves in like seasonal cycles? I mean, it does. It depends what you're trading. I need one a DD on this in Wall Street Bets. Do you have people in the sub that could promote it or blatantly take ownership? It'll reach them. I'm not concerned. Did you exercise the options? I did not. I sold them. But I bought back in Feb, so it worked out. I mean, you have to remember when it was running in January, like that was the play, was that it was running in January. The rest of this, came after. Buy and hold didn't even fucking start until March. And it was there, but it wasn't prominent. Was today be a good? Yeah, today's a great day to look at that. So November 19th, which is, T+3. And these are a little more expensive than they would be next week, but this should give you a basic idea of what like they'll be a little cheaper than this, but this should be about what contracts will look like next week, price wise. If we're trading at our current price level, if we drop, these will obviously go way down, but this should give you a pretty decent idea. Prague at 190 million volume. Nice. It still can't break $5. Surprised you. Well, we didn't really have an intraday cup and handle, right? Because it didn't break to the upside. Like the handle played out, but the upside break was not significant. Did you stream back in Jan Feb? No. I didn't even have. I had no intention of doing this until Warden stopped, and not that I thought Warden was great at technical analysis or had that much knowledge, but I thought he was trying to present a realistic and grounded opinion of GameStop as he saw it, and I appreciated that. At the time, I was still trading and wasn't spending my entire day watching GameStop, just most of it. And then when he was stepping down, I feared that there would be a very large lack of credible resources or grounded market mechanic analysis on GameStop. And so I started writing like daily DDs to test it out, and the demand for me to stream kind of blew up, and so I did, and we've been doing it ever since. So it's been cool though. I mean, it's better than watching the stock by myself. I like it. We have a lot of fun in here. So can I buy you a pigeon whale status so you can be? I am a pigeon whale already, but thank you for the offer. Because I keep forgetting to cancel it. And I accidentally signed up trying to test my Streamlabs, which now doesn't work. I gotta remember to do that. I also thought it would be important to have someone in the limelight talking about GameStop and talking about it in a real researched way. Not like Cores or Mo Money or Trades or any of those guys. Like I thought it would benefit the community and what the community hoped to achieve greatly. And then around the time I wrote my exit DD, it really needed explained in depth to people, and this was probably the best way for me to do that. And I don't know. So you give money to yourself, basically, yeah. Ozzy, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over. Thanks for the support, man.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Does the price we're trading at currently surprise you? Yes. And I can explain why very easily. The spike in ETF.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME love.
The spike in ETF.
No.
God damn
Like them
it.
AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Piece of shit. The spike in ETF FTDs that occurred after the September fail created far more FTDs than expected. ETF FTDs for GameStop containing ETFs had been moderately low since last January, which, to be fair, was our last fail. But I was obviously focused more on GME FTDs, right? Directly. And these were fairly insignificant due to the at the money offerings. So while, we expected and predicted the run on 824, the run on 11.3 kind of caught us by surprise, right? Because that was those ETF FTDs. And, those were higher than they had been all year, including last year. So, this level of ETF exposure that played out at the beginning of this month was definitely unexpected and has driven us to a far higher price point than we were trading at previously. Look at your theory a number of times. The stock has climbed before the yellow line. If we keep having a small but green days until Tuesday, Wednesday, won't options pricing be higher then? No, but nearer the money strikes will be more expensive. It's just relative, right? Like this, if the price climbs without spiking IV, it doesn't really change anything except you just buy higher strikes, right, Pagner? You think the DD calling out the benefits of at the money and near the money options against presumed volatility swaps is an accurate assessment? I like the at the money and near, at the money and in the money, at, near, and in assessment. I do think that the near the money options present a greater risk to those positions because their delta currently low. Their delta is currently low, but a price movement drives their delta up, right? Price increase means the delta goes up. And the delta going up forces them to hedge more. The positions that are already, close to a delta of 1 are likely more hedged, right? And so I think by having slightly lower delta, that forces them to hedge a little more than like in the money and at the money options do. So I do think those further out of the money options present greater risk to their positions, but they also present greater risk to retail as well. You think hedges could possibly pre-cover November 26 pre-market? I don't think they can cover the extent of their exposure in pre-market. there's not enough liquidity. I do think they could cover on November 22nd, which is why I'll be entering a part of my position on the 19th, just in case they do that. They've never done it before, though. They've never run in advance of the cycle. They've always waited until the last possible minute. I expect they will do that again, but the potential for them to do that is there. And so I will be buying, calls this Friday. You give Warden too much credit. He was a complete novice and was ruining the reputation of TA. His last act before self-deleting was to front run his own following after burning his sister's money. Yeah, but like, he's a kid, you might, what's worse, the kid that gets a big ego, or the people that follow that kid and trust his analysis? And I understand, like, a lot of people at that time were super misinformed about the market, and it was disingenuous, but at the same time, like, how much blame are you gonna levy? You might need to have that pickle rocket locked and loaded. J Fresh, Ascendant Alpha Cat, a donation. Matter Spectra, it's been an awesome ride. I'll remember for the rest of my life. And thusly, we ascend to our lunar sister with VWAP. Thusly so. J Fresh, Ascendant Alpha Cat. I'm glad to see that you've fully recovered from your latest defeat. Probably not likely, but if we were green every day this week, is there a price point we're playing the 1126s? Doesn't make sense anymore. Okay, you guys got to remember this about the 1126 date. The more we're up before it, say we climb to fucking 260, right? That means more exposure. That means more contracts in the money, more exposure on that date. So that means more potential price increase for that date. So if we start here, right, and go up, or if we start here and go up, this movement is far greater exposure than this one. So while not ideal for the purchase of options, this is bullish and important for a squeeze. The higher the floor, the stronger the pressure, right? Because ultimately we want to hit that really high price point, and 1,000 is far closer to $300 than it is to 180. $11.3, $12.3, whatever. What am I talking about? Wait, what did it? No, I was $11.3 was correct. OG rules. I was talking about the price movement on $11.3. That's probably why I keep getting them mixed up, because this date was relevant, whereas 12.3 is not. Why is Super Stonks so anti-options? A combination of misinformation and people getting burned on them. Clip 1148 to 1150. That's not how that works. Timestamp it in the because you're using that time. I need the stream time, Little Orphan Danny. So was the 250 move because of BBBY, or what caused it? Sorry if you answered. I just returned the call. I think it was ETF FTD exposure settling on its T+6 date. Likely those orders were placed on the morning of, and that's why we ran immediately at market open. That would have been the final day for that failure. You think the Supersonic post yesterday about SLD cycles? Theory closely aligns. Yeah, I've seen Lee Nixus's theory. He mentions me in it as well. We disagree, I think, a little bit on what causes these cycles. I feel like his analysis of it presents like the need for a lot of collusion between the DTCC and the OCC. And in addition, I think it also presents a very wide range, right? So it looks good on paper because the date range is so wide. Blue Fire, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Any advice on controlling emotions and being patient when it comes to making large profits? I don't. That's hard for me. I've seen other people who are way more affected by price movement psychologically than I am. I mean, for me, it's just like putting money in and taking more money out. I don't have a lot of like emotional attachment to my money. It could be because I've done this so long. I'm not sure. I guess I used to be worse. I think my biggest failing is probably I get greedy. Everyone's got something, but the emotion of like the gains don't really affect me at this point. I think a lot of you that have been watching this whole time are more steeled to that anyway, because you've seen so much fluctuation in the price. That, you're used to the ups and the downs, and when the ups are looking weak and when the downs are looking like they're going to bounce, and so I think time in the market prepares you, but ultimately, you just have to think of it analytically and don't, attach your emotion to your position. You have to create a degree of separation there. Treat it like a video game. You want to get the high score. What line is Jamie bouncing from? The EMA 30 right here. And it does look like a bounce of the EMA 30, which is bullish. All of our recent bounces have been, at the EMA 160. Right here, here, and here. 120 here. And we haven't bounced on the 60 since back in June. So a bounce on the 60, or we haven't bounced on the 30 since Jesus, last year. When we first started entering December cycle, we started running up and bouncing on the EMA 30, and we're doing that again. And this is another point of correlation where I think it's a good technical indicator that this cycle is going to continue to run, and this bounce could be realized in the next few days, and so it's likely that our price goes up. I'm just hoping that it kind of stagnates while people are able to pick up options. What line is Jamie? 250. Do you think MOASS is more likely if our floor is that high before the real run up? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think for MOASS to occur, for a short squeeze to occur on these positions, you really need a significant we really need to hit a significant price level. One where the illiquidity and the cost of covering and hedging become astronomical. And I think when that happens, we'll start to see positions blow up in a very real way. I do not think that 350 is that test. I think it needs to be much higher. Clip it. Sure. I'll just clip like 10 minutes. Because I know there was like another clip here that people wanted to talk about.
Could the higher FTD amount be due to DRS? It could be. In the ETFs, I don't think so. I think the ETFs is due to the futures fail. GameStop FTDs are still relatively low, or they were, right? But that's again because of this massive institutional selling. We had a little bit of institutional selling on this cycle, but not nearly the level that we had on the last. And this was likely, like, if Renaissance exited, this is probably around the time they did it. And whatever other positions moved out of GameStop. This may have been this FTD window was probably just the FTD window, but there's no share offering here, right? There's no ETF rebalancing. There's no share offering. So FTDs that present in this December, January cycle should be significantly higher on GameStop as well as on the ETFs. Yeah, I mean, the best way to avoid PDTs is not to have a margin account. XRT jumped in price. Yeah, that usually indicates an end of the run. Blue Fire Commission. Got that. Hi, Mr. Kofi. So sorry. You were so excited over Activision. I really hate Activision, though. That was more of like a personal vendetta against the company. But it was fun. That was also like the first time I really traded with you guys instead of just watching GameStop all day. So that was exciting. Looks like December 31st opened up. Any reason not to go for those Jans? Same psychology as November 26 weeklies versus December 3rds. No, I don't like. I guess the December 31st are fine. Yeah, not bad. Maybe. What's the chain look like though in the OI? That's the issue. Is the OI is really low. Crazy scheme. Crazy scheme's kind of related to GME Moon and options. Options are zero sum, right? Winner and loser. I'm thinking there must be a way to transfer wealth between two options enabled accounts or even brokerages doing this. One buys call, the other sells. Thoughts? What? I don't think that works. You're trying to hedge across two accounts? I saw a report that AMC had 38% short with 100 million float in January. They diluted to 513 million. Did they squeeze $10 to $73 of 7.6% squeeze? GME reported 226.42, diluted only 5 million. They diluted 8.5 million. But yeah, GME's short interest is significantly higher. GME has not squeezed. It's very likely that the move from $10 to $70 that you saw in AMC was the reversal of a position. The shorts flipped their position on the stock. They realized the retail interest there and decided to go long volatility. It allows them to sell shitloads of covered calls while the stock trades flat. And then when it runs and GameStop runs, they could use it as a hedge against GameStop's short volatility positions. Yep, I'll say it again for you guys that weren't in here this morning. Do not spend money on weeklies that you would not set down and light on fire. Like if you're okay with taking that money and throwing it in the garbage, that's okay money to spend on weeklies.
Fear comes from ignorance. Gherkin knows enough not to be afraid. That's true. I do feel like confidence breeds knowledge breeds confidence when it comes to the markets. Additionally, I've spent a long time managing risk, and I know how to protect my downside, so I can ensure that I don't lose more money than I make. I haven't really been following Go EV, but looks like a lot of the EVs are doing well. It's up, what, a couple bucks, $1.40. Looks good. I mean, it's a 16% gain, but it's still within that like little range where it's trying to break out of this downtrend. It's like a SPAC, right? I don't know what its actual value is, but it looks like it's coming back up. You have a bullish crossover here. I'm sure the trends are looking good. It could maybe realize a test at like 1050. If it can cross that, then it has some upside potential. We're gonna get one of those like days that go like this. It's like getting mugged by my grandpa. Perk, degenerate gambler, risk tolerance, -10%. Description, you need to treat it like a video game. Go for the high score. Good content clip? Sure. You clip my toenails. Do you think DDS mooning and having great earnings impacted the week of 11/3? I think they covered very, very rapidly those FTDs because they got spooked, not only by Dillard's earnings but also by BBBY's share buyback. So I think they thought we need to cover these FTDs immediately before these prices run from FOMO and market sentiment. And so I think they covered quick. It wasn't their usual slow covering over the course of a day. They just covered the position, those FTDs, and moved forward. Probably at a significant loss. I'm sure it hurt. Just joined. You still buy calls? No, you didn't. Oh, you just joined in. You still buy calls on 19, 22, 23? Yep. I have a plan. I usually stick to those. Nobody knows what they're going to do when they see an amount of money in their accounts they couldn't have fathomed seeing before. Embrace that fear and move forward. Yeah. I hope, if nothing, that you guys are all way more prepared for MOASS than the average uh, person. I think these 7 months of us together have definitely uh, forged some stronger diamond hands. You think DFU's original analysis is still worth looking at? Yeah, I mean, if for no other reason other than it's just a good analysis, and you should know what that looks like. Wouldn't the chain fill out closer to the date? Yeah, it will. How much does OI matter in a high IV play? For reference, they're 30 to 50% cheaper than Jan, and no need to pay for Theta is my thinking. I mean, I'm gonna likely wait for a dip to buy more January calls anyway. For me, the capital's not an issue. I guess if you're trying to save a little money, you could try it, but the OI could be pretty weak. They are a weekly,
right? So OI may not pick up significantly. You may have to sell your calls for far less than their market value in order to get rid of them. It can be difficult when you're playing like far dated weeklies. I really don't like those. I'd rather play. I mean, January has a shitload of liquidity. It's the leap date, right? February will have liquidity because it's monthlies, less than January, but still will have liquidity. December 31st are just weekly contracts. They may not pick up a lot of interest until the week of, and at that point, you may not. They may not be worth what you wanted them to be. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the December 31st. I think in that instance, OI does matter. You can try them if you can find a liquid strike on that date, but you'll have to pick a strike that's psychologically relevant, like 250, 300, 220, 200. Those strikes will be kind of where you're locked in. You won't have a lot of flexibility in your strike price. If you're below the bid, you'll sell, right? Or at the bid. Because that the bid means there's a standing offer at X price. But yeah, usually if you're below the ask, you'll fill. But if no one's buying, you may have to go lower. You may have to go down to the bid. You can sell at market. It's just the way it is. Can they cover after hours on the 21st? 24th, don't options run until like 5:30 to close? I don't know. And slow. No, options market is closed at 4, except for a few contracts like the SPY and stuff that will run a little later. They're not going to cover in after hours. It's too much exposure and it requires too much liquidity to hedge. If they cover in after hours, the price will run like a motherfucker. So yeah, I don't see that happening. Also, if they cover on the 24th, that's the third day. They need to cover everything by like market open on that day. So they'd have to cover it all in the morning. Thoughts on needing a 13H form on file before, during, or after MOASS from a reporter's perspective? You can just file it after you collect the gains. Yeah, that's not a worry. Just let an accountant handle it. When do those Feb 25 options become available? I wouldn't want Feb 25s. I would want Feb 18ths. I don't know why you would want Feb 25s. It's just like further dated and weekly. Just came in after 3 hours of options practicing. Thanks for all your education, man. I hope next week plays out. Thanks, Kale. Me too, man. I think a lot of people would be very, very happy with that outcome. What's your exit strategy for the 26 weeklies? Sell the peak. They're weeklies, right? They'll only be worth a lot once. I'm gonna get the fuck out of them when they're worth a lot of money. Ideally, hopefully not too soon, and hopefully not too late. No one ever nails the peak on the head when they're trying to, but I'd like to come close. How far do you expect this November run to go? Back to 350 like March or June or further? So the November run is not a roll. March and June, both rolls. Those are their future rolls. That's the reason we hit 350. We are entering this run about $40 higher, $50 higher right now than we've entered the previous run-ups. But this ETF exposure date is not the same as the futures rollover. So if you go back and we look at January, we have our ETF run-up, and then we have this, which is the roll into the roll date. The roll presented obviously significantly more upward price movement after the run-up. Hold on, is this the 24th? 25th, yeah. It's right here, on the 25th. So if they roll, that price action will come after the week of November. We are entering this run up here at a much, much higher price point. So the potential of that run up is higher as well, right? Like we entered this run at 169. We entered this one at 153. We entered this one at $40, or $38. So yeah, this if we're entering this at 210, the upside potential is much higher. As an XXX holder, should I be looking at brochures for a year? What? Hold on. Follow up, Chris. Oh, sorry, Garrison. I must have missed this. December 31st, open interest. Oh, okay. I did answer that. Regarding managing MOASS expectations as an XXX holder, should I be looking at brochures for A, a year-long round-the-world cruise, B, a 45-foot motor yacht, or C, a 90-foot yacht with crew? Cheers for all you do. XXX holder, ahoy. I would tell you that that's going to all depend on you, man. How you exit, your strategy when exiting your positions, and your tolerance for price improvement. If you can fucking hold at $1 million and watch it climb higher, then you can make a significant fucking amount of money. I use stop limits generally to exit options on a trend. Especially if I'm trying to nail the peak, I'll use stop limits. What if they all need to cover at once, but there's not enough selling? Will it turn it into an FTD since they failed to buy? They will raise the price. That is how you generate supply. Maximum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. You generate supply by raising the price, the demand. So if there is a demand, that demand will increase until supply is released, right? And if we hold the supply, then we can choose the price at which we allow the demand to rise before we release some of it, right? Which date? So I'll run weeklies for December. Those are December 24th. I will play those for the run up in December. He was discussing December 31st as an alternative to the January calls to capture longer term movement. And I was stating why I didn't like them because of the illiquidity in the chain. Just to, if there's any confusion there. I do plan on playing weeklies for the December run up, absolutely. Especially if the November run up plays out as expected, and absolutely if they roll. What percent or points do you like to set your stop limits? That's based on the price movement at the time. Usually I'll set the stop like 2% below the volatility spike to the downside. What brokerage would you consider best for cashless exercise? I don't even know who has it. If I want to exercise contracts, I mean, I have the money on hand to do it. So I also buy my options in sets. So any contract I buy two, right? Or more. And so I can always sell a contract to buy or exercise the other, which I think is better than cashless exercise. But you have to call your brokerage and find out if it's available and how to execute it. It's too many different brokerages for me to track all that. I tried to get a list of brokerages that offered cashless exercise, and no one seemed to be able to turn anything up. So if the price runs and MOASS occurs, you can just sell a share and exercise an option. So you turn one share into 100 and put additional pressure on the squeeze. If Jamie were to hit $1 million per share, who's going to be on the other end to buy my calls? Let's just say Jamie hits 10K. Who's going to pay $1 million for my calls? I mean, someone that wants to buy 100 shares at whatever your strike is. Simple as that. You may have to. Secures fourth wife, put their pickle in my jar. If we spike hard on the 23rd, will you sell but retain a percentage or weeklies in case the 24th is even higher? Yes. I'll retain my in the money calls a little longer. But my out of the money calls I will sell on the IV spike. What brokerage would you consider best for cashless exercise? I answered that. I was in the middle of answering something else. Okay, yeah, you may have to sell lower than the volatility spike, right? Like, so you may have to sell that contract closer to its intrinsic value than its market value. But you know, you can sell that contract. Someone will buy it. Someone will want 100 shares, right? I would just exercise them. Like if we're MOASSing, there's no reason not to sell one share of GameStop to get 100. If you're holding a contract at that point, you should just be exercising them on the way up. It's silly to have a contract by the time we hit $1 million. Honestly, it'd be silly to have a contract by the time we hit 10,000. Because, you know, at $10,000, you could, there isn't a contract in the chain you couldn't exercise for like a 10 to 90 ratio or 10 to 100 ratio. So you could sell 10 shares to get 100. So it's a net 90. At $9,500, you can exercise a 950C. Like there's no reason to be carrying options contracts that high into the squeeze, in my mind. Also, the pressure that puts on the squeeze is enormous. Stop limits fill to the upside, right? How should you set it if the bid ask is tight? Tight? I usually set my, so I'll usually have like a 5% spread on us. I'll have to stop, and then like 2% below volatility, and then I'll have the limit 3% below that. And you can tighten or loosen that as you see fit. So if this isn't a rule, does that make it higher upside potential or lower? Well, the difference between, I think the potential's equivalent, whether they roll or they don't, because if they roll in this cycle, there's immediately another exposure date right after that roll, right? We have this ETF leap exposure and GME December monthly exposure. So if they roll from here to here, so say we go up to 300, and then they, like, this is extreme, but let's just use it as an example. Say we hit 300 next week, and they roll it, that could put us up like $500 almost. I'm sorry, if we hit 300 here and then they roll, that could put our price point up very high. So then they only have this window here to drop the price down before it comes back up again on another exposure date. That gives them a large gap here in this time frame. But the amount of FTDs that would occur from this constant upward price action would be super significant anyway. And so honestly, like, I don't see it being advantageous for them to roll. I think they spike, try to drive it down into December. where we then spike again, but then they can try to drive it down into the failures. The problem with this is it creates a massive amount of FTDs, right? So it creates significant FTD exposure, all leading into this final ETF date, which is the largest of the ETF dates. So this spike in January 25th is ETF and GME leaps, which are the highest open interest options chain available on both the ETFs containing GME and GME itself. And so, with mounting failure to delivers going into this, that could really just moon. Neither option looks to present a super significant advantage, but it does look that a failure to roll is more advantageous or buys more time than a roll does. David Carmona, I'm going to clip that. You're right. Just saying hi. Hi, David. Use trailing stops on WeBull for options. I don't use trailing stops or anything, generally speaking. Unless I'm super satisfied with the gains on something, then I'll use a trailing stop. But I feel like you can lose significant percentage of money doing that. I'd much rather use a stop loss. Or not a stop loss, a stop limit. When looking at IV, what is the percentage you typically look for when choosing a strike? Lower, but if the sacrifice is lower OI, then I'll just choose the strike with the better liquidity. Fidelity, yeah, it doesn't appear that Fidelity offers cashless exercise, although they do have some alternative options if you have a margin account. Yeah, exercise and sell to cover. That's what you want to use. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, on Fidelity, it's called exercise and then sell to cover. So what it does is it sells the underlying shares to cover the price of the exercise. Clip this. Thanks, Moonwind. I did. I have a video in the stream clips that covers expected price action. I think it's called like cycle predictions or price action expectations, something like that. You went over your planned weekly strikes a couple of weeks ago, but I can't for the life of me find it. Can you? It's called options to the pores. Is that it? Can you quickly recap your planned weekly strike allocation, assuming we're at 190 end of week? Yeah, I mean, I'll start buying at the money or near the money. Like so 200, 210, 220, 250, 300s. In a ratio of 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16. If we're above 200, obviously, like, cut that and, move this ratio up. It's pretty simple. Can you do a quick explanation of stop limit? I read the definition, but I think you can explain it a little more clearly. So a stop is just a trigger. Stop. If the price trades above this, like that, your stop sits here, and then your sell order, your limit sell, is here below it. So you place one at one price, one at a lower price. If the stop is hit, then the order goes to market. That's all it is, though. It's just a trigger, and it places the order. If you don't have access to stop limits, you can act as your own trigger. So you can just draw a resistance line where you would put your stop, and if the price hits that resistance line, you place your limit order. But it's a limit order, but it's just conditional upon the stop being triggered. Spoke to Saxo this morning. They don't do cashless exercise at all, so you need to either sell shares or other contracts. Yeah. And that's going to be the case with most places, and also just the best way to do it, right? Because, you know, if you have two 300Cs and we're trading at 600, you know, you can sell one, exercise the other, and still net the IV profit. From the contract value. So, you know, it's better to have the two contracts anyway. I understand not everyone can afford that. Can't afford to have two contracts at a strike. Clip the part where you're reading this comment. I will not, Moonwin. Why are you trying to get attention so badly today? You're donating money. What's going on over there? Do you think long institutions are making similar options plays? Probably not. They don't really have that kind of flexibility, and it's hard to explain super speculative high risk plays to your multi-million-dollar investors. They don't like that shit. They invested with you because you will grow their money, not because you would lose it on a YOLO. There are funds that have that kind of flexibility, but they're pretty few and far between. Extortion case? Who's extorting who? People really can't think for themselves. Do you know what places a Europort can buy? It's just that they see enemies in everything. That's what it is, right? It's like mass paranoia. Like everyone's the enemy. Fidelity does not make it obvious how to exercise. You just call them. You call them and go, I want to exercise this contract. Do you know what places a Europort can buy GME options at? Do we need to open an account with an American brokerage? I think you can buy them through Saxo Bank and IBKR. I'm not sure who else. DeGiro maybe does options. Absolutely squishy digits. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Can you look at this rash for me? You seem to go between natural light and darkness on your face. Did you move onto an Amtrak train? It's just cloudy today, and I have a window now. It's just somehow I need to control that, but I have no idea how. Can you explain what you mean by netting the IV from exercising the contract? Okay, so if you have a 300 strike and we're trading at 600, right? Let's look at this on option strat because this will be a better place to explain it. Hold on. So let's create a call. Let's create a Feb 300C, Feb 18th, 300 strike. And then let's say we hit $600. A little lower. There we go. $600. So say we hit $600 on the 26th. Of January on that IV date, and volatility should be on a contract that far out of the money way the fuck up. So let's say 250%. That's low. That's super low. But I think that's lower than what it is right now, actually. I'll go higher there. So let's go contract value. So this contract goes from being 1.8.60 to being 358.13. So you can sell that contract for $35,813. The exercise of the other contract is $30,000 because you have two of them, right? And so you net a profit of $5,813, likely higher. I'd imagine Ivy would be much higher than this, but they kind of cap you on top end of the IV. So you've taken two contracts, you've sold one, you've exercised the other. So now you have 100 shares of GME at $600. Plus, you have $5,813. I didn't fucking show you any of that. Okay. Well, that was stupid. There we go. I guess you don't need to see the option strat to get the idea. I'll clip it. I know. Boom, 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 boom. GameStop come down. Okay. Let me update this on Reddit because I'm getting behind on Reddit again. Way behind. If you only had one contract, could you sell and buy 50 shares? Yeah, absolutely. So that is another option. You can actually buy more than 50 shares, right? Because your IV is up, right? So you get $35,000. And it was 35,000, whatever. And GameStop's trading at 600. So you can buy slightly more. How many can you get? So you get like 59 shares. Holy exercise calls, Batman. Are you telling me I can exercise an option before expiration? I always just trade out. Yes, of course. You have to call your brokerage generally, but yeah, you can always exercise an option whenever you want if it's in the money. I don't even know how to use Ko-Fi. Extortion is 10 to 15 million. Who's extorting who? Yes, I know you can't see. Final. Is it possible shorts take this to the brink of a catastrophic issue, force the government to step in, letting them out cheaper? I'm not leaving. Plus, I already have a whale-sized pigeon. Well, ignore all Ko-Fis with my name. I figured you wouldn't ever donate. You only became a member because you thought there was more money to be made on the other side. Stop mocking me. Are you telling me I can exercise an option? Okay, I got all the Ko-Fis. I didn't miss one. I'm new to options. Say I have enough to buy one Feb 500. Is it better to just buy that or say one at the money contract and say 2 to 3, 250, 300 calls for next week and then buy Febs if those print? That depends on your risk tolerance. Like, is that money important to you? Is it not important to you? If it's important to you, choose the safer path, I guess. If you don't give a shit about it or it's discretionary money, do whatever the fuck you want with it. I don't care. Y'all get any more of those 230 cc's? I love this Moonwind imposter. Is it possible that this week's price action is aggressive delta hedging to limit exposure for next week? It could be. I don't think so, though. This is still exposure from last week. Let's see how the next couple days play out. They'll be far more relevant in predicting the trends for next week. Everyone needs to be patient, though. You guys get your tits all jacked up, get all worked up and panicky. Fucking calm down. Could you show super? I know I'm missing a lot of questions today. If it's important, ask me again. I'm sorry. The chat keeps jumping around and I keep losing my place. It's real busy in here today. No one knows what the fuck is going on and everyone's trying to buy options, which is a recipe for disaster. But could you do a super quick run look at reading an options profit chart? I've looked at the options profit calculator link and I don't quite get the chart after hitting calculate. What? Date, price. It's just you have your dates. You choose your contract, you have your dates, and then you have the price and what your contract value will be if it hits that price. Make sense? Cool. On that date. It's just a graph. I made a name for this kind of 2-for-1 trade, but with 4 options. It's called the Bugs Bunny. 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, 4 to go. How is the profit of a weekly determined? Like, what is calculated to earn value? The increase in price of the underlying increases the price of the contract, and the rate at which the underlying increases in price relative to the average. Black-Scholes model is how option contracts are priced. You can look that up. Mighty Potato. If you get a Ko-Fi from me, it's FUD. I only Pigeon Whale and Super Chat because I like Google. I see. Well, Super Chatting definitely gives Google a lot of money. I would never donate I know you wouldn't, you cheap son of a bitch. Someone posted their DRS page and their barcode was visible. Someone scanned it and found out their personal info. The dude tried to extort $300, got exposed. He's in big trouble. Interesting. Maybe don't post your fucking personal information on Reddit. Gotta go for likely the rest of the day. Likely, if anyone sends a Ko-Fi in my name, they're an imposter. Okay. I'll just consider them the real you because they're paying to be the real you. Yeah, you can use other forms of leverage in a similar way, SLAX. I'm not super versed in foreign derivatives, but you can use them. Sorry, I missed the whole. I mean, same idea, right? You're leveraging upside movement. I can only buy calls with open end with knockout $20 under actual market price, but would you buy calls on 11/22 and hold them till Feb, or better sell after the 24th and buy in later? I really don't know how those work as far as knockout calls go. Moonwind put their pickle in my jar, selling 220Cs on GME next week. A good bet. No. I'll ask a different way. Would you look into getting cat right now? Did it come back down to the trend? No, I still don't like it. I like the cross up. That's nice. But volume's really not picking up much. Can you explain how options work? I think I've been doing it wrong. Look at me. I'm Moonwind now. Moonwind sold CCs on his username and got called away. Thank you for the Moonwind multiple spam donations. That's on Party being a long-term buy. It looks good versus no. I think it's probably shit. Moonwind put their pickle in my jar. I'm about to get assigned on my 200Cs. Don't believe that liar on the stream. I am the real Moonwind. What is happening here? What if someone pushed the narrative in RSS? If everyone held one near the money for option for February, MOASS would be much more likely. I don't know what would happen. The person's not going to be me. Did the Pomeranian have anything to say about the stream card? I think he loved it. I'm not sure. He sent me the Patrick going emoji. Can we ban them from the Ko-Fi? Absolutely not. They've sent me more money in the last 5 minutes than you have the entire time you've bugged me for 7 months. This concept of buy low, sell high. No. So how do our options put more pressure on their short position? Just wanting to learn how all these parts work together. Because the hedging from the options drives the price up, right? The price going up puts pressure on the short positions. That was a terrible infographic, but you get it. So yeah, so when he sent me that face, I wasn't sure if he came or he was outraged. It was one of the two, but it was awesome. Guybrush from MOASS, thanks JC. Pickle Moonwind president put their piccolo in my jar. Pi-Fi, all the other liars. I'm the only real Moonwind, you know me. The imposter took over my account and signed up for Dillionaires. Do you really think I'm generous enough to do that? I'd much rather buy food with my CC money than sign up with you. P.S. Win Stephen. For knockout calls, you need to know the floor. Yeah, I mean, if you're on foreign derivatives, like, I really can't help you. I'm not sure the pricing on them or how that works. It's not something I've ever focused on because I've never had a need to. Maybe it's something you guys could discuss amongst yourselves and mirror the same price movement with the same leverage or a similar leverage position. But yeah, I can't really help you with any information on that. You'll have to look it up on your own. Did you deafen by accident? No, you're there, Spark. Win something. Skono. Learned over the last 3 trading days I have to use trailing stops and throw my phone in the toilet because I'm capable of taking profits. Otherwise, my plays have all been correct. I've just held too long like a moron. Take profits. They're nice. Money, being up money, no matter whether you leave money on the table or not, is more important than if you leave money on the table. Discord has died a fiery death. What? Oh no. Connection problems. Discord server is down. Ensuring you don't get fucked by the price movement. Hedge funds hedge almost everything. When many calls go in the money as the price goes up, they buy shares in case calls exercise. Price up more. Yeah, I have a video clip called Gamma hedging or delta hedging and gamma exposure. Danta Claus. Ho ho ho. Where Banana Man at? Alright, I think Discord's back up. Hold on, let me make sure I'm live in the audio. Yes. Okay, cool. Sorry guys, Discord was down. How do I buy puts on Discord? I don't know. I would have said Microsoft, but I'm pretty sure they've remained private. Can we get a bullcock in here? Absolutely. It's been a while since we've had one of those. Oh wait, no. We don't want that. We don't want bulls. All right. The fucking price is finally coming down. I need that. You know what I need? I need that fucking. Where's that pizza dude I drew? The price hates him. Oh, I know what to use. The Dr. K special. There. Yeah. Bufferoni. GGPI? Is it just ripping? Oh shit. Well, fuck me, right? Still don't love it. I guess I could pick up a couple. Oh, from various places. Can you pump the SPY to somewhere around 475 real quick? She's no Mike Tyson, but you ought to see her box. Put their pickle in my jar. So I have GME and HSA, Coverdell, Solo 401k, Roth, September traditional IRA, and regular brokerage account. That's diversification, right? Sure. Also, Moonwind's a douche nozzle. Oh, thanks for becoming a Cornishon, Moonwind. I appreciate that.
Cash out.
What the hell was that? Yeah, I'm going after GGPI again. I know. Just got a call. I'm skipping the first round of interviews for Google. Might be YOLOing a Google salary soon. Dope, man. Ban him. Moonwind bullied into upgrading his membership. Options hate is strong on SS right now. Whatever. Wow, my favorite song. Thanks, bye-bye. Rehypothecated Moonwinds. This is amazing. I really like when you say things like when GME reaches 1 million per share. It's nice. You're welcome, Stefan. You think a T20C for the 26 is a good play? It's not terrible. It's a little far out of the money. I don't love it, but it has potential. It should be a reasonable price. You know, not a lot of risk on the table there if you're just buying one. Even if options hate is strong, at least it gets the DD to more people that see the benefit. Yeah. See my portfolio. Please refer to me as Moondan from now on. Between you, PyFi, and my own research practice, I've grown more and more educated. I truly and honestly appreciate you, Garrick. Thanks, Mighty Potato. I'm glad to help, man. If stock misses earnings by double, should it go up to 20%? Asking for Lucid. No. Sorry. I have a home that I'm looking to buy that's worth 700K. Does anyone want to go in with me as an investment? Okay, don't shill your home purchases in the channel, please. Here's what I don't get. What's the idea that like somehow they're being forced to purchase options? Like, oh, they're coming after us with options FUD. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like I'm pretty sure that every person who's written solid DD and trustworthy DD on GME up until this point is saying a similar thing. And it's not because we've been bought out in mass. Believe me, I wouldn't be doing this all fucking day if I'd gotten bought out. I'd just buy more GME and go to bed. I see a lot of potential in the options chain, a user. That's why I keep buying into it. I also haven't really lost a lot of money on it, so I don't care. Yeah, and everyone's saying don't do it if you don't understand it. It's just that the people that do, understand options, how they work, how to invest safely into options in order to support their long-term position, stand to gain a lot, and as do the people who are just holding or people who are just holding and DRSing. Like those people also gain a significant benefit for this information being out there. So it doesn't hurt anyone. It only hurts fucking degenerates who gamble their money. Like Moonwind. I wish somebody would become a pigeon whale so I could play Moonwind's favorite song. Hey, I feel personally attacked. DFE had call options. End of story. He did. It was an intelligent investment. It made him a lot of money. And for the people that say it's different now, no. Options work the same exact way that they did last January. Nothing's changed. Except the potential for GME's price. At which time do we think we will have downward and sideways price action in December? From 1 till the 22nd? Yeah, from the 1st to the 22nd if they fail to roll. If they roll from the 9th to the 22nd. But those will be the two potential windows for sideways trading or reduced IV. Carl, you became a pigeon whale today? It's on. That's all the confirmation I need. I like the maracas.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiend. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
When's the new pigeon whale song? Probably as soon as I remember to send Visceral a range of cues in different octaves. Just tuned in and this is playing. I'm so glad I have money in GME. I'm willing to cue or or make any other noises. All right, Carl. Maybe we could do like a duet. Yeah, GGPI is fucking me again. But I bought in the money, so we'll see what happens. I always seem to buy this right at the peak of its run. Even though it should have at least tested 1570. This stock hates me. A QAT. What's GameStop doing? Stop bouncing, you fuck. Go back down. God, I really want more 200Cs. And this is just fucking that dream. Oh well. I guess my stock's up. What's up with 1.2K viewers? There's like 1,250 likes. Like, likes to viewers is almost even. This stream's fucking awesome. People love it. I don't know what you're talking about. Time for $5 calls on Prague? Never. 220C is the new 200. I say never now, but when it hits like $30, I'll just be like, whatever, I don't care. I mean, on GameStop, historically, it being higher than 100 or lower than 100% is nice. $80 at the money, 80% and lower is fantastic. What was Ivy like previous price runs? High, like out of control. January, June, astronomical. Is there any concern with selling in the money options during MOASS? They should all be in the money during MOASS. No, you may have to sell them lower due to the IV spike, Andrew Dodd. But so you may have to sell closer to the bid than their like market value. But you can also just sell a share and exercise them, right? If it's MOASS, one share should be worth significantly more than the exercise value of any contract you can buy now. Can you imagine how rich we'd all be if we knew in January what we know now? Yes. If I knew in January what I know now, I'd already be a billionaire. Like if I knew the price was going to run in January. Do you think the infrastructure bill is at play or is it already priced in at this point? I don't think it's priced in effectively. I don't know. Cat should be going up. It's bullish for Cat. But it's being slow. It's not reacting strongly. It could be the short positions that drove it down and the market action that drove it down just hasn't fully recovered yet. I'd imagine if we see the Dow get back on track with its long-term trend, that we'll see Cat pop. But I'm gonna continue to stay in Cat. I'm rolling forward my 220s. My 210s are like solidly in the money, so I'm gonna hold on to those for a little longer for the newer term. But the 220s, I think I'm gonna roll out to January. I'm just kind of waiting for this to stagnate a little. If it goes green on the daily, I might buy back in. So roll versus no roll in December, same squeeze potential. I think the potential on no roll is a little higher. Or on no roll is a little higher. But given the illiquidity and price action, I think a roll also presents an equal amount of risk, but earlier in the cycle. Which could be more dangerous for them. If MOASS takes a couple of weeks or more, will there be an options market with strikes in the millions? Maybe. Me still holding the swing failure pattern. It's showing the beginning of a trend reversal on the 5 and 15 minute higher low, but barely. Also trading above VWAP, 30 minutes maybe. Yeah, you could probably, if you're starting to see a bit of a trend reversal on me, you could probably, 11's an excellent buy-in for those 1250s, right? Solid, consistent gains, that stock. If you're doing good with SPY, keep it up. Do you still see us go to that EMA 120 before the 26? Yeah, we could. It's better fucking bounce. We could still hit the EMA 120, or maybe the 60 is more realistic at this point. If we fall hard, at this point, to short us down to the EMA 120 would spike IV. So I think it's unlikely, but it could happen. Yes, MMs are required to create a market for options. It's part of their duties. Or well, not MMs, but DMMs. Should I hold for MM to hedge or close half position? It depends if you think Friday is going to close significantly above max pan. That's up to you, man. Taking profits is always a good thing, but that's a decision you have to make. August run up by 50 or so. Price is 200 by Friday and Monday. Is it logical to think it can surge to that price whenever the exposure happens? Yeah. Selling CCs at MOASS peak seems like extra free money. I mean, if someone wants to buy them, you still need a buyer. Knockout call on 180 is 390x leverage, 3.9x leverage. Nice. Man, being in Europe sucks as far as trading goes. I guess your markets are rife with less crime, or not as rife with crime. But we take profits on 1123 at the first test of 225, or you're mostly watching for an IV spike. I may take some profits at 225. I'll let some ride, you know. He's an imposter. Ban him. Synthetic Moonwind. I really like Synthetic Moonwind. Synthetic Moonwind, do you want to know the perfect prices to sell CCs at for these coming weeks to make tons of money? Rife with fairness. Why am I looking at cat? Oh, yeah, this. Guys, it's a bar. This is like a picture perfect one, too. Tesla's being sued. That should help. Probably. It didn't bounce until you drew the line. That's not true. Shh. Theoretically, paradoxical, yes. I mean, technically, this would have been, but this isn't the worst.
What time range between now and then will be good for loading up on more shares? Between now and when? Assuming a late Jan MOASS. I mean, now, if we boss dank memes, if we follow the same trend that we followed last January, then the price only goes up. Where do you think that meme came from? For like 3 months, GameStop just only went up. What's price point are you thinking of exercising calls for GME? If we break 450, I'll probably start exercising shit. I don't know if the imposter got banned. I don't know which one of you is the real one. So I'd like to buy sooner than later if it's just going up from here. When Stefan, his children are starving. I don't want Stefan poking any stocks this week, alright? He needs to limber up for the next few months. He's on paid vacation. Don't worry about his children. They're fed. Hi, Greg. Just checking. My wife's surgery went well. Awesome, man. The road to recovery begins. Pray I can grab a good call for December to tackle next week. Awesome, dude. I'm really glad to hear that. Wish you and her the best. And a speedy recovery. Ban them both. If they roll, is there still some expected price increase the 23rd, 24th? Yeah, the roll has nothing to there. One doesn't have anything to do with the other, Wyland. Win 6-month icon? It should be soon. Next few days, I think. Someone knew last time. They knew what date, but I don't remember. You promised he's on paid vacation. He's been incommunicado, so we figured you locked him in the basement doing forced labor. I see. Yeah, he's on paid vacation. Why would I lock him in the basement? So you can make my basement smell like pickle juice? It's disgusting. Is the DMO buying the contracts that are not being exercised so close to expiration? They can, yeah. They can be one of the purchasers. Generally, they're bought for hedging. Go Polestar. Ugh. It's going up. Slower. It's going to go up slower. With less volatility. It's like the psychology behind a bar. Hey, when's my 5-month billionaire anniversary? Today. The Purple Hulk. Thank you so much. Carl Pickle for slight downtrend to the end of the week. Okay. Both Moonwinds have to answer, and whoever gets it correct wins. How much did I make on my overnight Tesla play? Only the real Moonwind knows the answer.
No, nobody on the stream knows the answer. Only Moonwind knows the answer. One Moonwind already answered. I know, I'm waiting for the other one to answer. Hasn't OG Moonwind been a member longer than a month? I don't know. I don't think so. God, both of them got it wrong? Jesus Christ. Never mind. I guess I have to ban them both. Moon win or not to win. Carl Pickle for a slight downtrend to the end of the week. Feels like we're in a Moonwind duplicity movie. I know, it's like annoying me. Dude, fake Moonwind is Carl. Moonwind was a friend of mine. He passed back in July. Not sure what's going on here now. So it was a 20k Moonwind and a 30k Moonwind, but both of those are incorrect. Not Moonwind, should be Sunwind. Stop this imposter. God, I have too many DMs with Moonwind. It's ridiculous. Someone put their pickle in my jar. Thank you. Yay. We fell through VWAP. Oh, come at me. It's finally happened. They finally finished covering gamma exposure. See you later, Jonathan. Love how you feed the shill narrative. The downtrend. What do out of the money puts look like now? Oh, let's check them. Significant number of 186 205 puts just came in, 365 200s, 195s coming in. It's looking good. Han Banana put their pickle in my jar. I'm Han and Ely. Thank you, Han. I don't know what that means, but oh, and I love you. Okay. Thanks, Han. Cheap options Friday. Woo. Yeah. They're buying some puts, but not in the money, interestingly. The in the money put interest is still very low. Some 300s, but not a lot, like 5. Volume's low. They don't need a lot of them to shift the direction, but I missed one. What was the one? I don't think I missed one. Did I? No, I'm Spartacus. Wait, bugger. No, I'm Moonwind. That one. I got all the rest. Should Dell ever have more calls than puts? Is that possible? Sure. You have to understand that like 13Fs are just the bare minimum of reporting requirements. What's the significance of dropping below VWAP? Indicates that buy pressure has fallen off and that we are beginning a downtrend. Remember earlier in the day when I said we could go like this? That's what I want. After we rise like $70 on the 26th, would you not suggest buying puts right after? There's an issue with trying to play the downside in that you can accelerate downside price movement, right? Then you're helping them. Only the real Pi-Fi would know this. I'm not modding either one of you. This is ridiculous. What do you think your play will be to counteract the fact that you don't know if they are going to roll or fail 12-1 to 12-10? I said I'd buy maybe some 17s, but not a lot of them. Mostly Januaries will be there to capture a roll. Would paying for theta and higher strike be less risk adverse? I think closer to the money Januaries are theoretically safer than further out of the money Febs. If that's where you're stuck. Obviously because the Januaries have a better chance of becoming in the money if they're a lower strike. But you could get further out of the money Febs and average them down like we discussed earlier. No, we crossed back above VWAP, so it's not proving correct. It's fucking me again. I don't care which Moonwind is real, frankly. I'll just ignore both of them. After all this time, 8 months ruined. I would never make Moonwind a mod. Moonwind has slightly better chances at mod than a Dan. If we don't hit 190, you're still going to allocate the same amount of capital for the 19th and 23rd. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not changing it. You're saying there's a chance. Why no IV numbers for Feb strikes? After the Friday, they should pop up. No, I have Feb and Jan contracts already. Some, not all. You still think institutions aren't buying GME en masse because of opportunity cost and risk aversion? Hot Girls and Boys Bot was here like the other day. I'm a staple in this community. Just up, GME. My smooth brain's not fucking around with options. That's the correct path to take if your brain is smooth. The chat is in desperate need of GME Hype Man today. Yeah, where is GME Hype Man? I miss him. That's exactly what I intend to do. Lions of Persis. Or Lion of Persis. But CNBC told me they covered. Who do I believe? The Mafia or a cult? It's up to you. How do I become an honorary Dan? Don't do it. You're better than that. Maybe you're not, but still. The Dans didn't get Carl elected. Carl got Carl elected. I think the price is somewhat sustainable, but I could see a reversal back to like 42. My cost basis isn't that great. It's at like, I think it's at like 22 or 23. Somewhere in here. I mean, I'm up, but I only have 300 shares. Do you think it's possible that it could be a Dan? Maybe, I don't know. Why on earth would anyone be a Dan when the Crawfords are far superior? Both of you Wapopotamus. I just got a 210 call for November 26th. Am I dumb? You could have waited. But it's up to you. Have you heard the news about our new queen? No? C. Santos became queen of the Dans? What about Danielle? Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna breed more now. What's the purpose of buying options across the 3 days? Well, they keep getting cheaper. And yes, it reduces the risk of the following day's price action pricing you out. How big can a stream card need not be? Wait, what? How big can a stream card need to not exceed YouTube limit? Oh, it has to be 2 megabytes. I think it's like 1600 by 800 and 2 megabytes. Just looked on the Reddit for the first time in a few days. The very first post displayed was fuck options, buy and hold. Dumb. They're really pushing the anti-options FUD. That's what they get paid to do, right? Kirk, you were in my dreams last night. We were riding around New York City in a Lambo subway. I was spoon feeding you caviar, and you were spoon feeding me options education. It was mad magical, B. Sounds fun. Thanks for dreaming about me. Shills are now pushing anti-options agenda because they know the price will run. Damage mitigation 101. Yep. It's ironic that all the evidence points to one thing hurting them above all else, and everyone's against it. Hey, I dream about you and don't get a thanks. But his wasn't creepy or of a sexual nature. That's awesome, Canoodle. We're buddies. Oh, okay. What do? We just like hang out and I push you on a tire swing. But are you against buying 200 190 puts for November 19th to generate capital? Yeah, I think accelerating the price to the downside is a bad idea. Yeah, I know, Chief Boost. That's how brainwashing works. EK, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Obviously, you guys hang out. She throws pickles at you. Oh, okay. That's weird. That's a weird kink. Simp respectfully. Platonic buddies. Okay, if I pigeon whale mod, no. I don't care about your money. Hey, look, GGPI did the thing. Go ahead and bookmark Vindication and enjoy that massive I told you so. Please mod me. I'm dumb and incompetent. If I wanted JPow to be the moderator of my channel, I'd just ask him. How does it feel to be RSS's latest evil shill? I thought that was Crayons. The dog made me do it. I don't know what you're talking about. If this comes up aces, my children's children will need to swear undying fealty to Girk's family line before they ever get a penny of my massive wealth. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Hugs for you too. Now that you mention it, JPow is looking for a new job. Has he been resigned yet? Has he been resigned yet? Post MOASS, pivot to the beauty stream. Beauty / like pickle fitness. If you mod me, I'll buy more 950s. Hypothetically speaking, does buying over 100 weeklies C240 expiry make you a degenerate gambler? Yes. Have you read the GMEDD valuation report yet? If so, any thoughts on it? I'm just digging into it now. It gives me something to tickle my bias while I wait for the end of the week. Yeah, it sounds like what it is. Some nice bias tickling. I haven't read it, but I'd imagine that's what it is. I love it. Like, randomly people are like, this source of material is now trusted because it said a bullish thing. I'm not a DRS guy, but I noticed the majority of anti-options people are silent about DRS. The two things that would hurt the short hedge funds the most. Yeah. It's almost like they're shills. What if there's only like 10,000 of us and the rest are all bots? I thought about this yesterday, and I keep thinking about it. Like we own the float, but there's only 10,000 of us. Like for every real user that signs up to Superstonk, another 3 bots. That's true. I do also think you guys are mostly bots. I know some of you are real. Well, I'd say that everyone's bots, right? Because like there's no way that many people could be that dumb, right? But then I remember that people own AMC. What happened in Feb? They rolled. I'm tired of you holding back the MOASS. Please go on your secondary and buy more GME. I was just offended just now when Girk said we were dumb. Then I remembered I am dumb, and I became less offended. Based on the amount of feed pics I've received, there's very few bots here. That's awesome, Velvet Jupiter. AMC is going to start accepting SHIB. How can you not see that accepting a currency with no value won't save the company? Can they internalize the amount of damage the 23rd and 24th could start? No, I don't think they can internalize the hedging. It's far too risky. They can internalize retail orders in order to slow FOMO, but I don't think they can internalize hedging because that's the equivalent of like doubling down on your margin, right? If you're trying to internalize a hedge, you've already risked your margin in one position. You can't use your margin then to cover that risk, right? Like you can't double leverage your margin in 2 different directions. I hate for them to expire worthless. I mean, that's the risk you take on weeklies is that they expire worthless. There's no way around it. I don't know where David El Cinco Herrera is. That's a good question. He was here yesterday. Maybe he's been busy with work. Sometimes that happens to him. He's alive. I know he's alive. Did you see calls coming in? OI coming in for Feb 18th. Cool. So are puts. How invested are you in next week's cycle? 10% of my capital for the entire cycle is going into weeklies. Slow cover? Well, yeah, but then you're in the money, like near the money calls print, right, a user? If you want to see some real paper hands, go visit the loop ring sub. Why would I do that? I'm already irritated by the loop ring questions I get in here. The price is down 3 cents. What should I do? AMC Shiba Army? Jesus Christ, that sounds retarded. There's a. Ew. Um, that's the cringiest fucking thing I've seen all day. I saw you were aiming for 250, 300 strikes. Or are you going lower? For when? Jonathan. Oh, I'm starting at the money to out of the money. I'll have more leverage up here, but like an equal capital spread. I still haven't decided the total I'm gonna put in. I think I know, but I'll probably deploy like 2,000 or 3,000 on WeBull just to like, for example. No, loop ring's fine. I bought it. I'm gonna hold it until it's worth something. I don't give a shit if it hit $3. I bought like $500 worth of it at 30 cents or like 38 cents. So it's just whatever. I don't give a shit what happens to it. It wasn't even 500. It was like 300 something. Doesn't the theory being out there make Feb 18s more expensive? Will Theta make up for this by Friday? It could. I mean, my theory is not out there, right? It's in here, but a lot of people are unaware of it. We represent, like, this community represents a very small portion of the whole. Have you already started buying them, or are you waiting for Friday? For weeklies, I'm waiting. I already have Feb and Jan calls. Some, not all. Webull doesn't allow option rollovers. You mean like rolling options? You just sell and buy again. That's how you roll options. I feel sad seeing tons of anti-options FUD on SS, including posts from your stalking haters. Shorthead shots must be relieved seeing this. Probably. I do have some like weird stalkers on Reddit. I don't know what their deal is. They always say just like definitively false shit about me. It's weird. Who am I fighting? Oh, nice OG rules. Yeah, that's solid. You only have 52 shares of GME. That's correct. No, just two. Rob in your head. Just two. Why does this stock hate me so much? Nope. Goodbye. What pisses me off is I know this fucker is going to run, and I'm going to miss it. So I guess it's worth the $60 a day until it hits. Interesting. Maybe I'll just hold them. Fuck it. Great day to sell AMC for GME. That's up to you. Never mind the Reddit stalkers. What about the two people who religiously log into YouTube to dislike your stream every morning? I just assumed that was one of you guys. Since we may not see any longer starting late, may not seeing any longer. How long after MOASS until you get frosted tips? Peanut butter foot massage. You're gonna have to take that up with JFresh, Hartley, in regards to the peanut butter foot massage. Frosted tips are just never happening. I just don't care about Prague. It's just trading in the same dollar range. It's boring. It's up $1 today. I made like what, like $200 on this morning. It was fine, and now it's down, and it'll probably just keep doing that. Lucid ripping. Cool. Let me know if it hits 60. Because then I'll just sell. 2x my positions. Perfectly acceptable. I'm totally one of those weird stalkers. Two moon winds, one knife, battle to the death on your mega yacht. What are your thoughts on Sundial? It's garbage. They're a garbage company with shitty earnings and way too much of a float. Also, just the sheer amount of leverage like short interest has there is unbelievable. Bebop. That's beautiful, Mahadella. I love it. Sounds like what people said to DFV buying Sundial. He was probably nicer about his response. Have you compared options premium costs of XRT versus GME? I mean, GME's not that heavily weighted in XRT currently, right? So GME's price action wouldn't be realized there as to the same effect. Although, I don't hate that, right? If they're using ETFs to hedge, being long ETFs is super fucking dope too. Maybe I'll do both. I found it pretty weird that the options DD, whose options DD encouraged November 26 calls. I know Crayons didn't. Did Linexis's? Do you think Davey is playing with his leftover funds and getting into options and adding to his GME shares? Maybe. I mean, I think weeklies present an opportunity to make a bit of money, but I wouldn't gamble on them super hard. Yeah, I know. I don't. The third Friday of some months. But whatever. Yeah, I don't agree with encouraging people to go all in on weeklies. I think there's profits to be picked up there, but I think going all in on weeklies is going to get a lot of people burned. One of our Discord brothers, Windmill Willie's mother, has passed away. Just thought we could take a second and wish him and his family the best. Oh shit. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, definitely. Windmill, I do wish you and your family the best, and I'm really sorry to hear that. That's a tough loss, man. If you need anybody to talk to, of course you can always reach out. I'm sorry to hear that. After MOASS, how do you plan to tip at restaurants? Couple Ben Franks or every time, or a high percentage? Yeah, a couple Ben Franks probably, which might also just be a high percentage depending on where I eat regularly. What do you think a lot of people get burned on weeklies? Lack of confidence, the mass ability to trade, or cycle theory? I think lack of confidence and the masses' ability to trade effectively. I think they're more likely to lose money on weeklies, whereas like the gains captured in long-term options hold, right? Like long-term options are steady. So if they realize a large amount of games, it'll take a long time for them to come down and give plenty of opportunity for an exit. Whereas like short-term weekly options move very, very quickly, especially large numbers of them. Would you bet your life that we'll go up at least 10% next week if the alternative was losing your entire net worth? No. My entire job is risk mitigation. Like I would never risk that much on a weekly. What would you do if you hit execute on your calls next week and instead of confirmation it just kept popping up with a message saying we've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty? Well, I'd take my car battery and check it in the ocean, Halfro.
Dumb it down for the SS and AM series. DFD bought shares and options leaves. Didn't play weeklies. Yeah. It was a fruitless exercise. Sounds about right. Don't worry about him. Fuck him. Right. Is Elon Musk an eel? Maybe. Nothing's ever guaranteed. I would have just told you that. There's a reason I'm only risking 10% of my capital on it. Fuck me, 6. Stop typing in caps. Temper your emotions. They're going to try to short super hard Monday morning to shake all the options paper hands? Probably. Have you ever blown up an account? Not yet. I know a lot of traders do that. Like it seems to be like a ritual, but I don't see how. Like if you have a managed risk, like it's pretty fucking hard to blow up an entire account. Did you put less of your capital on weeklies around the August 24th week? I'm just putting 10% of the capital I'm using for the entire cycle on August 26th. The whisper has been in my brain all day. Aloysius de Van Dander Abercrombie is long for mud, or so I'm told. Well, thank you, Aloysius. You'd be surprised. They're not necessarily the best. Given that Citadel and Hedges have a lot of capital and can pay whatever price to not let this MOASS, probably paying the best. Can we do something to fight? Yeah, I've described that in detail. So you're gonna dandelion. You're gonna prevent them from shorting your pencil. Does many people buying options at the same time raise the price of them? Of course. I think the good faith violation rule on cash accounts and FINRA day trading rule on margin trip up a lot of new traders. Maybe. You have an option contract that's exactly 69% up. Do you automatically sell when that occurs? Depends on what I'm looking for. Sometimes. Would the 600k loss of your unrealized gains affect your approach to the cycle? Or is your head 100% clear? It's clear. I mean, I started that cycle with like 35 or 30,000. It was like 20, it wasn't even 30, it was like 20 something thousand. And you know, I still walked out of it with like up 50k. So I made money, right? But I just had a lot of unrealized loss. In a simulate scenario, 300 Feb 26 are in the money this Friday. Would you sell and re-enter later? Yeah, probably. Is there a website to view historic IV on a given option? Probably paid services. I think TDA has historic IV. What are your thoughts on Cosmic Lightning Warrior guy? I really just don't have any. I don't care about that kind of stuff. Just like hype train streams in order to generate viewership and increase YouTube revenue. Sorry, in the money November 26th. That's what I thought you meant. Yeah, if they go if my Febs go super deep in the money or like super early in the cycle, I'll sell them. How much lower do you think that'll bring us down? Because Ivy was already rock bottom October 28th. I don't know. We'll see. I missed a Kofa. Ah. Hi, I'm Moonwind. I way over leveraged myself on CCs. I've been assigned and rehypothecated. I am now synthetic Moon Danwen. To that LARPer in chat, Banhammer Carl. I have 5950C January 21st at 188. Alright, well. They should go up on an IV spike. There's a Dan behind you, watch out. I'm not afraid. I don't know, JB. Dillionaire Benno. Are you a pickle because cucumbers are prickly? Are they? I've never run across a prickly cucumber. They're usually bumpy. Free IV ranking services that can give you an idea of where IV stands related to historical. Pay for more detailed info. I believe Tastyworks has historic IV or IV rankings. Yeah, I think it does. Can you explain to me what happened early November? Was that because they didn't roll in late August? Yeah, that was failure to delivers on ETFs, the Dank Penguin. Dan in front of you is more dangerous. Interesting. You remind me of what my dad used to look like, sitting in the dark, waiting for me to come home after curfew. What strike for Feb? I have several. Uh, right now, well, I have several planned. Right now, I have 350 and 300. I'm probably going to pick up 250s as well. For now. SS calling the dog a shill is definitely not something I expected. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Does AMC running today suggest to you that they are prepping for the weekend next week, or is that just random garbage? I just started watching your stuff. Thanks for helping provide a ton of information. You're a very good resource. You're welcome. How hard will the theta eat a contract over the weekend? It's like a little bit. Recall entered early on Monday morning on an uptick be worse. It depends if we run in the pre-market or not. I'm new to your streams. Came over from Houston's channel. Are you buying call options live this Friday? Do you trade live, or is the analysis thing only? Thanks. I mean, I'll probably buy some options on WeBull, but not the extent of my position. I don't have that much money in this account. XRT volume just had a huge spike. Jamie Rip possibly incoming. Interesting. Like, how huge of a spike? Daniel Taylor. Like, how much volume? How much? What's the lowest strike you'll pick up for February? Probably no lower than 225. That's awesome. Onions on sale. If 30 pounds of fresh salmon, any good recipe, dips would be appreciated. And you should cure some of it, right? Like gravlax. It's hard. You need a really sharp knife, but you can do it. Yeah, salmon cream cheese caper dip is really good. Make some sushi. Salmon steaks. Pi-Fi, you're the best. That's all. Thanks. 139k versus the normal 3k. I don't know if that's statistically relevant. Creating be called a shill should highlight how sus RSS is at this point. I always compliment you, even if you roll your eyes, because you deserve it. Oh, thank you, Han. I appreciate the compliments. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. For those of you listening in, 20902 coming up a little bit above VWAP, maybe getting rejected at the resistance again.
I'm not buying more options. I mean, I will say this is the most downvotes my daily post has ever had. So that's cool. I'm going to update Reddit real quick though. When you're encountering enemies, it means you're on the right track. I know. I love the blank, disapproving stare as the Dans take over when Gert comes back. I see what you guys say when I'm gone. There's a record. Discovered you through a guest appearance on Houston's channel. I've watched that Futures Theory breakdown many times over. Thank you so much. I'm learning so much through your theories framework. Thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that, man. I love all the negative option sentiment on the super reading. I went from 2K to 900K and then lost it. The greed is real. Real. Take away and walk away. Yeah, that's the problem. Is people don't know how to exit options. It's easy to buy them. Should I get all the imposter moon wins to upvote your DD? I don't care. I know who the real moon win is too, but when Pi-Fi X Houston Part 3. Assuming no major price movement, is option pricing now about what we'll see Monday? No. I mean, theta will decay faster and faster as you're looking at weeklies, I assume. Weeklies will decay at a very rapid rate. I don't even know if I'm the real Carl anymore. Today's been wild. I mean, you are Carl. I'll help you out. Hoping being in the same basket lifts all boats. It's possible. I don't know how you can afford a December 3rd BBBY and not a GME weekly, but
Yeah, I have live options data. Actually, any of you guys can use it. It's called shiftsearch.com. Um, it's pretty open to the public now. I think they have some new servers, so feel free to go nuts. Thank you, Secure. But is he Carly enough to be in the Carl Club? I mean, that's a tight knit club. Like, who's actually in the Carly Club? Carly Rae Jepsen, and Carly, and I guess Carl. Personal issue. What I was asking, pricing for this Friday's weekly is about what we can. Oh, okay, yeah. Similar. Next week has a holiday, so they'll be a little cheaper. I like to become a Carly. Well, we slipped VWAP significantly. All I have is Hannah Montana. That sucks. I think I should sell my Jan 2023 in order to buy more near at the money Feb calls. You could. I mean, yours is even more risk adverse. Yours is very risk adverse. But that could be like a good like long-term growth contract. If you want the Crawfords to prove their worth, why don't you have them get their countrymen Rocky and Jamie to get on the ball with that collab stream? It's a good point. I have a 210. I'm rolling the rest. So I'm gonna wait till I see a little bit more dip. Maybe a test here at like 205, and then I'll be buying in. But I'm rolling them out to January for the 220s. The 210s I have for December, like up. Most of my 220s were up also because I bought them like way back on the dip. We mentally prepared for 3 more days of sub 1 million volume and power hour that's about as entertaining as a data scientist feeding a morbidly obese dog. Always. I just want my entry. I'll wait forever for it. $220s are 600 right now. My BBBY are $50. It's all about timing. $220s. I mean, they're 6, but by Monday they're going to be half that or less. Looks like they finished covering. It's starting to look more like they finished covering. Yeah, we're seeing short interest pick up. Let me check the borrow. Can someone check Fidelity real quick? No, not 1 million plus. I need the exact figure.
So just a few borrowed from Fidelity today. Not even much there. The video looking for a breakout of a wedge pennant. Not sure, still smooth on the 1 day. Bouncing off long-term log support. Wedge converges just in time for earnings tomorrow. I'm sure their earnings could run, but careful with IV Crush. I'm not talking about adenosine triphosphate taken. Oh, only 3 more days of sleeping on the floor. You should have left the price line you drew this morning on GME following exactly what you drew. That's the beauty of everything I do in the stream. It's always there. There's always proof of my projections. Sleeping on the floor? You or GMA? Me. What bed did you go with? I got a Simmons Beauty Rest Harmony, some shit. This is what I need to do. I need to leverage my influential status of being a social media influencer into getting free furniture. Why the fuck is furniture so expensive? I'll still replace that previous, still $30 range. Yeah. Like minimum movement for in the money, at the money. Or near the money, at the money. At the money is just simply the next strike. Near the money is the next couple strikes. Technically, near the money is not a real term, though. It's just out of the money. I added the gherkin at GME trading view chart. They don't want us building larger positions from the cycle, and this proves it. I think so. Mattresses have like the biggest markup of any furniture. So thankfully I know. I used to work in that industry. That's like where I first started doing like logistics. Um but I have a buddy who's a mattress distributor, so I get them at like cost plus 10%. So it's like a $3,000 mattress, and I can buy it for, you know, like 400 plus 10, like 440. Strike price you getting on Friday? A whole bunch of them. We considered contacting Adabit to hand make you some furniture. Why hasn't somebody made a mattress with dynamically adjusting springs? Are you talking about like, isn't that just like a sleep number bed? I think a lot of mattress distributors are money laundering fronts. A lot of the furniture business is rife with criminal enterprise opportunities. Yeah, I know that, OG rules. Wait for one of the primary reasons I haven't released my DD yet is because there's like an anger phase, right? You've been presented with something that disagrees fundamentally with what you've previously thought, and then then there's like after that angle there's denial, which everyone's been in forever. And eventually there is acceptance of the new information, and you have to kind of push through that psychological barrier to get anything presented that goes against the status quo. But time and perseverance and patience will win out. Would you buy shares in your 200 or wait till 190? It doesn't look like we'll dip far below that at this rate. We'll see. King of all beds is ducks. There's a lot of really good mattresses. You can get Cluft, Schiffer. Like those are all really good. Like wool coverings with like individually tempered coils. Boo the Pomeranian. Girk, Jesus Christ, why is AMC still a thing? Didn't AA just sell more shares after diluting it 3 or 4 other times because they are taking SHIB now? And then the degree to which they think they are crazy makes me doubt my own sanity. Tell me GME is going to be okay, please. I mean, we're up. GME's fine. No, I understand that. Yeah, watching AMC people has made me question a lot of things in these last several months. They sound like made-up mattress companies. No, they're real. They're expensive. Even at cost, those like handmade mattresses can be really pricey. There's King Coil. King Coil is really good. How did we end up talking about shit like this? No, purple's crap. They're comfy, but they're crap. They also weird. They make weird fucking noises when you move in them. Like if you're laying in, I had one for like a few months. It sucks. I sent it back. Did you get a twin mattress? No. Are you kidding me? Oh God, I don't want to moon RC. I don't want to start with this fucking iPhone Tesla bullshit sentiment. I don't want to hear it. I don't care what brand is your favorite. It's irrelevant to me. Came for the stocks, stayed for everything else. I mean, they're all just cheap foam shit. Like the fucking those mattresses, like all the foam mattresses cost pennies on the dollar to make. So just know that, like, even if you think you're getting a sick deal on one at like $800, that thing costs like 50 cents to manufacture. Yeah, mattresses are subjective. The most expensive mattress is definitely not always the most comfortable one. But God, that is the worst of the human condition. When people have brand loyalty, like, pull your head out of your ass. It's just a product that someone sold you. It might be good, it might be bad, but it's just a product. It's just a material good. It can be replaced, it can be sold. There's probably something better. I still resell mattresses for brands that get delivered to your house. The markup is crazy. It is. Shiki Bhutan's not bad, actually. There are 5 mattress firms in 3 square miles, knowing not that many people need mattresses. Well, first of all, their profit margins can support keeping multiple stores open at once. Second of all, they do that in order to corner the market. So they ensure that when you go to shop for a mattress, you likely will buy from them, right? Mattress purchases generally aren't negotiated too strongly. People don't really push for a good price. They just buy it and get it over with. It's a miserable experience. And they make sure by having so many outlets that, you know, you end up at theirs. Like, you're more likely to end up at theirs to buy your mattress. I'm sure they launder money, whatever. Should GameStop get into mattress NFTs? Does that mean there should be big gamma exposure next week? Yeah, there could be. I don't know if they're. I mean, AMD is a pretty big company. I don't know if they're not. They're probably properly hedging over there. There's like that gamma exposure thing doesn't work all over the market. It works on specific stocks like GameStop because it's so illiquid. There's more than enough liquidity in AMC for them to hedge appropriately. And if they remain truly delta neutral, then yeah, you won't see a lot of gamma exposure. The problem with GameStop is in order to delta hedge, you have to run the stock up a ramp, which causes more delta hedging, right? What about my pillow? Oh, bro. 100% goose down. Yeah, I mean, they'll probably just lose their money at some point. They'll hold too long and the company will go under. Um, you haven't seen you haven't seen a sell off. So you've seen a business shutter. That shit happens quick. 100 to 0 real fast. Um, I've made over 100K on options and lost the same on GME options. Ask me anything. Sounds like a retard. Just some Wall Street bets YOLO fucking cuck who's like, oh yeah, I threw $10,000 into this stock and it ripped, and then I lost it. $100,000 isn't even a lot of money. Oh, whatever. I don't give a shit. It's like, look, I stole some screenshots from some Wall Street Bets YOLO posts. I know what I'm talking about. I lost 100K before the market even opens. Is it Warden? I don't know. I've lost in realized losses on GME options. I've lost well over 100,000, but I've made way fucking more than that. That's your favorite hater, DJ69 or something? Oh, is it that fucking guy? That guy doesn't know shit about stocks. He's a complete fucking idiot. Go read his post history. GGPI? Another rip? My dreams are coming true. My wedge broke. Guys, look. I did it. Triangles for the win. Financial Dorito. To the moon. This is amazing. I might not lose these $14. This is the adder from the Vitamid. Sorry again for the trouble. Looking forward to your chat later. Can you send me your TV username so I can give you access to the fractal fucker? Mixing your indicator with mine shows exactly what's going on as far as algo-related trading goes. Oh, dude, you didn't have to do that, man. Thank you so much. Bro. That's, yeah, I'll hit you up after the stream. What the? Thank you so much, man. That was, Astro, from, I believe that's his channel name. Yeah, we'll discuss that. You started with 2 shares of GME, you've turned it into 52. It's time to become a pigeon whale. Wasted opportunity. You point out clear examples of hedging on the GME chart and clip it. Currently having an options debate with someone on Reddit. I would like to just link the clip. Can you point out clear examples of hedging on the GME chart and clip it? Okay, yeah. So if you look at GameStop historically, KO, all of our run-ups are due largely to options hedging, and options exposure, right? So if we look back here at the peak of these run-ups, you'll see that they fall on Fridays. So if we go June 9th is unique, but I'll explain that in a minute. So June 9th is unique in the fact that this run was stifled by the at the money offering, which then brought the price down. But if you look at March, as soon as these contracts were sold on the 12th, price comes down. If you look at January, as soon as the contracts are sold, the price comes down, which is January 29th. So that's perfect. August, that Friday. Let me switch candlesticks so we can see this a little better. I believe that Friday was our first red day. August 27th. So yeah, we had T+2 exposure, which peaked out on 9/1 and then straight down. But a lot of weeklies got driven into the money here. But yeah, as soon as those contracts get sold, the price drops 100% of the time. Is that what you were looking for, KO? I'll clip that. All right. Oh, gross. Ah. Jimmy's chart so ugly. Did I get distracted? God damn it. KO. I'm going to lose my $14 now. Wait, maybe I can sell slightly higher. That was close. I started with 3K and turned into 50K with Jimmy. Cap falling to 2.5 just in case you want to get back in. Ooh. Oh, thank you. What is prompting this? I think it's got more downside. Is the Dow slipping? Ah, okay. Dow had a weird day too. Huh. Interesting. The fuck is. Alright. I'm gonna wait a little bit on that. Maybe I'll pick them up Friday. You get some great mattress deals on Craigslist. You can also get bed bugs on Craigslist and lice. Where can I find the hype video people are talking about? I have no idea. Why are you not standing like Matt Kors? I don't have a standing desk. Otherwise, I would be. I need to get a standing desk. This sitting for fucking 7.5 hours a day is terrible for me. I know, I missed my GGPI exit. You fucked me, KO. Someone's trying to argue that they haven't been hedging options. I mean, haven't they read Yella's DD? Like, they're hedging. They may just not be hedging equitably. Like, they're not hedging. They're not staying truly delta neutral. So they're taking on additional risk on their margin in order to avoid properly hedging. But they're still hedging. They still have to hedge. If they don't hedge at all, everything just blows up. Of course, GGPI bounced. Fuck you, Trash Dan. I'm deleting this stock from my list. I'm never trading this garbage again. Fuck Polestar. Check out Ergotron if you want to sit stand with your current desk. Basically, keyboard plus monitor stand. Interesting. No, my monitors are on VESA mounts, so that wouldn't probably work. People on Superstock don't read DD. Yeah, they just read comments. And the comments are dumb, usually. Girl's my Polestar. phone is blowing up. You must be pretty popular. No, I can't figure out how to turn, like, make it actually silent. I'm just gonna put it over here. There we go. How significant is an EMA cross on the 1 minute chart? Not very. It could indicate like a quick reversal. It depends which EMAs too. Small popcorn resale share contract to exercise contract. Wouldn't T-1, T-2 need to settle? Brilliant. Mind exploded. Quantum shit. I'm in Spain. Friends use IBKR. Yes, 100% as US options. What the fuck was that? It's not my birthday. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not my birthday. God damn. I'm not acknowledging these birthday wishes. Tap volume quick tile when you pull down the notification shade. It still says silent, not vibrate. The 21th. Using my 1 month special to message to wish you the happiest of birthdays. Appreciate all your hard work, Pickle Man. Expert Pog, thanks for being a member, but not my birthday. No. It's not my birthday. It didn't work, man. You were wrong. Is it my birthday in 3 days? T+3? Like an authorized participant? I sent you a pic I made of a man absolutely whipping it to the moon on Discord if you want to check it out. Absolutely cool it down Cyber. That's awesome. It's not my birthday. God damn it. Wouldn't T-1, T-2 need to settle to exercise? No, exercises should be immediate. Immediately available. No settlement. T+0 is your happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Not my birthday. No, I'll tell everybody when it's my birthday if everyone stops wishing me happy birthday. Check DM. I'm not doing all this. What kind of phone is this? It's not my birthday. Much like the options contracts, you guys need to be patient. I stand with at Bob Smith 808 at 209.69. Just did the paper trade, GGPI trade 109, sold to the stop limit at 130, price target 155. I understand the leverage a bit more now. Pretty great. Yep. Thank you, Chicken Tender Daddy. Guess ridiculous. Tell us. My birthday is Friday. Are you happy? Now, can we stop this? You fit your birthday at the DD? No. It's not my birthday, Chicken Tender Daddy. God damn. Fuck all of you. I wouldn't know. I can't check GGPI. It's not on my watch list. Sorry. What have I been good at lying? $900 calls on GME expert, $900 calls on GME. Kirk's birthday. I'm gonna send you my favorite watermelon. Okay. Are you looking forward to never having to stream again? Some days. Some days I like it. It depends. Greedy streamer shill forces inexperienced options. Inexperienced use my options to celebrate his birthday. Close your eyes, clear your mind. Somewhere your options DD will be the subject of a hedge fund meeting. Think of the money they're spending talking about you. Okay. I kind of like that. Oh, thanks, Hand. Get ready for the Fat Nation birthday camera wrap on Friday. No, you guys don't have to do that. Save your money. Next week's gonna be everyone's birthday. Man, you're taking some hits for your opinions. After the price of Jimmy will never reach price like $300 ever again. Am I? I don't give a shit. Oh, evil pickle man selling us options. Rawr. my beyond all hope. I mean, I'm not gonna say that doesn't seem greedy as fuck, Aggro Crag. Because I also lost money on Cat this week. But I made up for it by the last like 4 weeks. DFV giving out 6K karma in the last 24 hours. Big stocks. How do you not recognize a screen recording of your own phone? We don't have the same phone, dude. Do we? For some reason, your UI does not look like mine. Maybe you have a different provider. Trashdan, it's not today. You're sure acting like it is. Love you, Dad. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Trashdan. Shills are scared of apes buying option after the FTD cycle. Brady, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. I appreciate the support, man.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
No, my birthday really is Friday. And what am I going to spend it doing? Streaming GameStop, drift down to Max Payne. I'll be buying myself some birthday options. I'm not building a gamma ramp. Will you tell how old you are? No. I'm not sure I know some days. I think I turned 34. Probably. Can you buy securities with a credit card on WeBull? I have no idea. I don't use credit cards to buy securities. Dad's old. Yeah. Old man. Am I turning 35? Maybe. That sounds more accurate. I just turned 30 last month. It's all downhill from there, man. Yeah, I know. I'm almost old enough to dump all my money in the SPY and ride out my retirement. I mean, after 24, when you can rent a car, that's it, right? Since we both made money on Prague this morning, does this make us friends? Also, can I get your DD for your birthday? Maybe. How can we stop these short ladder attacks? Why would we want to? Come chase Prague with me. I don't want to lose money by myself. No, I finally made back some I'm finally green on Prague. I'm not ever going back. Were you born in 85 or 86? I don't know. Somebody smudged my birth certificate. That's confusing. I just make it up. I bought a farm at 30. You got this, youngin'. My son will be 4 tomorrow. Should I offer him TA books as a birthday gift? Is he too young to start learning options? Absolutely not. Yeah, you gotta introduce that kind of stuff while their neural plasticity is really high. Why have I turned so dark? It's not even that dark in this room. There I am. I'm back. I don't understand. I just need a better fucking camera that adapts to changes in lighting better. Or I wish there was like a way that it automatically would adjust so I don't have to fucking mess with anything. I'm the same age as Warden, but my devotion to Lady View Up is that of a middle-aged man. Instead of Dr. Seuss, should I just start with TA 101? This is the way. Do you need some money for electricity bill? I see you're saving on lighting. Well, I have daylight nowadays, right? Get one of what? You just wrote get one of these, and then there's nothing. Logic C920. You know, I used to have one of those. I didn't like it very much. Happy birthday, Sensei. It's not my birthday, Delta Strike, but thank you. My grandma always said $20 was best gift to help pay electricity bill. She gave the best advice until she said GME was a scam. Now I shall buy a new grandma post MOASS. Riku, congratulations. Good entry for GGPI. Fuck you, Taryn. Cake Supreme. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate the membership.
To be a billionaire, so freaking
Yo.
let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
I could have actually been profitable though. Why do my short interest is so high on this? Is it because they're just trying to run the other EV stocks? Like, haven't they delivered actual vehicles? Like, I don't even think they're that bad of a company. It's like electric Volvo, right? Is there a way to get IBKR Trader Workstation to display IV? I've only found like daily IV, which is 5%ish, not the 80-100 that most of the options are at. I'm not sure. I've never tried displaying IV on IBKR. You could Google it. New options FUD guy. Don't put options. They cost 41x more per contract option than when DFV bought. GME is up 41x. Is he brain damaged? It sounds like it. What December expiry are you looking at? I'm not buying any in December. I might buy some 17s, maybe. If November hits really well, I might buy a few December 17ths just to like play the role. But I'll be buying Januaries and Februaries. So Jan 21 and Feb 18. AMC looking good right now. Cool. Looks like a Windows 95 app with all the speed and functionality to match. I mean, it's fast. Yeah, I believe so, Aaron. AMD looking good right now. You think? I mean, maybe he did mean AMC. Just had a terrible mix-up. I accidentally used my fruit knife when I meant to use my toe knife. Now I need a new fruit knife and have two toe knives. What does one use a toe knife for? Okay. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. I mean, no, I understood why Frank and Always Sunny used a toe knife, but like in the real world, why would anybody actually use a toe knife? Even the poop knife makes more sense than that. It's not my birthday, the Dennis Dan. My birthday is Friday. think they'll hammer GME down throughout the rest of the week. Seems like a gamble if they're mostly scared of the options chain. You think me will recover? Likely. Yeah, it could. Looks like it's just consolidating a bit. Didn't everyone get out here when it hit like $13? Like, I could see people looking for an entry in me, but if you're bag holding it, you might be doing that for a little while. My son's birthday is also Friday. Oh, that's super cool. Well, happy birthday to him too. At what point is diamond handing options the best play? If it's like $50 in the money and still has 2 weeks left? Yeah, I mean, if you're $50 in the money, you can diamond hand all the way into expiry. AMD and its OIs looking nice for the rest of the week. Yes, red. Realistically, how long would it take someone with zero experience to get the hand of options? I don't know. 45 minutes? The hang of options, I assume, is what you meant. How long till they should start trading them? Years. But, you know. Like, since you're not talking about like complex strategies, you're just talking about long calls, probably like a couple days, depending on your free time. First, throw $1,000 into a lake and then cry for a week, and then you're ready. That's pretty accurate. Where could I go to look to understand cat movement this week? How do we go about actually understanding why it's plummeting when it makes so little sense to do so? I mean, it's coming down. Likely being shorted. I would check out the short interest on it. It's also looks like it's getting ready for a distribution phase, I think. Like we have this big accumulation phase. It looks like this, kind of second or next shoulder is forming. And that could go as low as like 203 maybe, before bouncing. And then, this is the biggest problem with cat is it moves super, super slow. Sometimes like you'll get some FOMO on it, but it doesn't realize prices very quickly. No, I said the Dow. No, GME looked like it was tracking the Dow a little bit, which is weird. But that's just, I mean, there's no actual correlation there, right? There's correlation, but there's no causation. Is people selling cat and buying ribbon? Are they really? No. I don't think they're in the same. But is there more talk in detail about options in the Discord? I mean, you can talk with other people. Do you let everyone know about your options moves? I mean, I discuss it pretty openly. The cause is crime. No. You know, it's not possible, but you could explain why they can't roll the 23rd exposure early because they don't know what it is yet. The contracts aren't expired. They don't know what's going to be exercised yet or not. You can't cover an unknown. But I mean, I'm still taking every precaution that I can, Jacob. I'm not putting like all my fucking money into weeklies, right? Like I'm prepared for it to go against me, but I do not expect it to. SS getting a heavy dose of FUD on options. I've heard. I just came out of the closet to my parents about buying options. They're now kicking me out of the house. I'm sorry to hear that, Moon RC. Is there a way to estimate what Ivy will spike to next week? No, because there's no way to figure out the top. I did think it would react a little bit better to the Bill Rizzanoni. I'm not going to lie. But that's why I rolled forward. Or, well, I haven't rolled forward yet, but I'm going to buy back in soon. Yeah. Jacob Schuler, thanks. Absolutely, dude. Glad to be a help, man. Thank you. Do you have a chance to go over the GME FTD data yet? I have not. Maybe because the infrastructure bill got whittled down quite a bit. Yeah, but I don't think it was to Caterpillar's detriment. GGPI had it up. I don't care. My options trade are outside of God's light, and by consequence, outside of his love. Diamond heading to X-Ray just to strengthen my constitution. But the FTD data came out yesterday. It looked good from what I saw. Like, I mean, I only got a cursory glance of it, but everything looks solid. Option strat or shift search? Greg, if I only have $1,500 and can't buy a Feb 300C, do you think buying a November 250 and making bank there, and then buying Febs during the December lull is a good play? It could be. It's way riskier. The risk is super significant. Do you prefer e-girls or goth girls? I don't really have a preference between those two, I don't think. I don't do... I'm just gonna make the play if they don't feel confident. What, the November 24th, 26th play? I've already discussed Theta and IV. No, not horse girls. Good for progeny. Are you someone's wife's boyfriend by chance? What? No. What about crazy Puerto Rican women? I've been known to dabble. If we MOASS and Jen, I will be happy to be filthy rich, but sad to not have a place to hang every day. Hope you have something else planned for after. Did we really hit 1.4k likes? That's super awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Which Spider-Man is your favorite? Hmm. That's awesome, existential. I don't know what Prog's gonna do this week. It's not a high for likes. We've hit like 2,000 before, but it's a lot for just like a random down day. I'm gonna dislike your daily to this numbers. I don't care. Can you explain how you see the options puts go up to determine when exposure is covered? You see the open interest on them increase, and then you can look and see if they were bought or sold based on where they fall closer to the bid or the ask. You're not buying a single call for the 19th, correct? Nothing starts until at least Monday. Yeah, I'm not buying any calls for this week. Where does they got to buy up a bunch of FTDs and they're on reg show for 20 days now? Interesting. But are those FTDs from longs or shorts? You know, long positions can fail to deliver as well, right? That's awesome. No, I didn't mute myself. Pickle is the new shiny chew toy for SS fanboys. Whatever. I'll get a bunch of illiterate death threats tonight and then people will move on. Why do you think this is a better long-term investment? 5-year Microsoft or Norwegian super solid reverse vending machine manufacturer Tomra? What's a reverse vending machine? I don't care about GGPI, Taryn. I'm done. I know what the fails were. Jean Claude. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Prague's holding $5. Oh, it failed. How much pain is Max in so far this week? What? Max Payne's 190, I believe. If you look at the yearly chart, Jamie, is that what MOASS will look like? Yeah. It's pretty accurate. Look at that previous all-time high at $63. They can try. Has Max Payne shifted up? I haven't checked since this morning, but this morning it was not at 200. It's a little early for Max Payne to shift. It will likely, yeah, it's not, it hasn't shifted yet. If it shifts up, it'll shift tomorrow. Or tomorrow or the next day. But it'll probably only shift to like 192.5 or something like that. I don't think it's going to shift to 200. I bought a 250 call December 31st. Really wish I didn't. Yeah. There we go. So, look, guys, we're getting volume. Yeah, short me harder, Kenny. Pompous little dwarf. How tall is Ken Griffin? Is he 5 feet tall? I wonder if he wears lifts in his shoes. 4'10". Getting shorter by the day. No one answered correctly. Remind me, why is Kenny associated with Mayo? Oh, there we go. Multi-Blues finally answering it correctly. 226%. Ding ding. Contest is over. Why? So he's associated with Mayo because of some article that got written about him where he had like a dinner party and he had his own private Mayo that he wouldn't share with other people at the table. What do I win? Nothing. I said your name. I recognized your existence. I don't care what you said, Moonwen. Cordelay. Girk previously stated that Kenny has insecurity issues. He's also got some securities issues. But Silent Lurker, thank you. No, thank you, Silent Lurker. Speak up, be heard. There's no reason to hide in the shadows. Add your voice to the crescendo. What's up with bedposts? Oh, apparently he like ripped a bedpost off his bed and beat his wife with it or something. Ex-wife. Allegedly. 1K subscribers in under a week? Who, me? No. Do you lose the most theta on weeklies at the money or out of the money? Out of the money. The further out of the money, the faster the rate of theta decay. The deeper in the money, the slower the rate. Were you at 12.5 last week? I don't think so. Was I? I don't know. I don't really look at my subscriber count very often. I think I hit 13,000 at some point. It's constant decay. It loses it all the time. How's Ivy looking on GME? Lower. When next subscriber party? That was fun. What was this subscriber party? AMA with Ann Diaz Griffin. Cheers to lower IV. Yeah. When do option prices drop off on Fridays? 15 minutes to close or 10? Near close is usually when I buy. I don't know, within 30 minutes. Spaghetti ready for the SLDs? Maybe. I know I have 10,000 subs. GG. Ding ding. All right, guys. Well, it's never fun to watch the price of our favorite stock drop, but I will say sometimes that drop is better than other times. thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. For all of you guys that are new here and new members, I really appreciate the subscribes, the likes, and the memberships, obviously. I will try to finish the DD by tonight. I'm really plugging away at it, but it is a lot. So if I can, I will. I'll get it out and I'll let everyone know. If not, maybe tomorrow night. Thank you guys all so much. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Have a great night, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Not an advisor. Frigulon.